President Muhammadu Buhari has directed security chiefs to find tactics to solve the security challenges in the country, particularly in the northwest and north central. The president issued the directive on Tuesday during a 3-hour security meeting with service chiefs at the presidential villa in Abuja. He reiterated the urgent need to deal with bandits who, according to the security chiefs, are becoming nuisance, killing and making reckless pronouncements to solicit attention. The Minister of Defense, General Bashir Magashi, told newsmen after the meeting that the government reviewed the situation in the country and concluded that it can resolve the security challenges, especially in Zamfara State and the North Central, which was of huge concern at the meeting, both with the cooperation of Nigerians. According to Magashi, an additional batch of A-29 Super Tucano jets will arrive in the country next week, while the jets in the first batch already delivered are being test run. The security meeting was chaired by the president with the service chiefs in attendance. Gunmen have abducted the retired director of the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, Ahmed Abdulkader, and his 15-year-old daughter, Laila. Abdulkader and his daughter were kidnapped on Monday night when the gunmen raided Bakuri housing units. It was learned that 3 other residents were abducted by the bandits who were armed with AK-47 rifles. Police authorities are yet to respond to inquiries by newsmen as of the time of filing this report. Kabir Mohammed, brother of Secretary to the Katsina State Government, Muhammad Inuwa, abducted last Wednesday, has been released by his abductors. The spokesman for the SSG, Kabir Yaradua, confirmed the development on Tuesday. It was learned that 78-year-old Mohammed was rescued following the arrest of those alleged to be informants to the abductors, including the father of the abductors' leader. The spokesman for the Katsina Police Command, SP Gambo Isa, is here to comment on the development. The elder Mohammed was kidnapped last Wednesday on his farm located at Daftau community in Damnusa Council area of Katsina State. The newly appointed Minister of Power, Abubakar Aliyu, has solicited the support of the ministry staff. Aliyu was appointed the Minister of Power last Wednesday by President Muhammadu Buhari following a minor cabinet reshuffle. The minister, who urged staff to be dedicated to their job, said although he's not an electrical engineer, but he can detect when something is wrong. The Independent National Electoral Commission has again expressed concerns over the conflicting court orders granted to political parties and their candidates. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmood Yakubu raised the concerns at a meeting with a political party leader in Abuja. Ahead of the governorship elections in Anambra State, the INEC boss warned that the orders pose major challenges for the electoral process and are capable of hurting the country's democracy. The INEC chairman's comments comes 2 weeks after the Commission's National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, expressed similar concerns amid debates about implications of conflicting judgments. He told the political leaders that even when elections are conducted, some litigations make it impossible for INEC to issue certificates of return to winners. He, however, warned that contracted and conflicting litigations lead to situations where courts determine winners of elections. The chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Abdul Rashid Bawa, says Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies indicate huge risks to the world economy. According to Bawa, many criminals now play significant roles in cryptocurrency markets, adding that virtual currencies had become their preferred medium of exchange. The EFCC chairman spoke on Monday at the 38th Cambridge International Symposium on Economic Crime, themed Economic Crime: Who Pays and Who Should Pay. In a statement by the spokesperson of the EFCC, Wilson Uwujaren, the event was organized by the Center for International Documentation and Organized and Economic Crime, Jesus College, University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. He lamented that the sophistication and complexity that defines the dynamics of economic crime in the 21st century continues to evolve, spurred by technological advancement in the global economy that has become borderless and transnational. There was tension in Umuahia, the Abia State capital, on Tuesday as lawyer to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, Aloy Ejimako, headed to court over Kanu's alleged failing health. Access roads to the court venue were blocked by security agencies, creating fear on road users in Umuahia. In an application, Nnamdi Kanu versus the federal government and 7 others, Ejimako had brought an ex parte order asking the court to among other things, make an interim order of release of Kanu to attend to his health in any medical facility of his choice in Nigeria, pending the hearing of the motion. Controversies have continued to trail the local government congress of the All Progressives Congress held on Saturday. This is as supporters of Senator Magnus Abe and Rotimi Amici continue to disagree on the conduct of the exercise. The leader of the APC in Oyibo local government area, Gift Okere, who spoke through his spokesman Okechukwu Noble, faulted the claims by a member loyal to Abe, Innocent Ajelu, that the exercise was undemocratic.
By describing the just concluded LGA Congress in Oyibo and Rivers State in general as undemocratic and calling for its cancellation, I want to state clearly that party delegates across the 10 wards in Oyibo local government arrived at the LGA Congress venue and exercised their franchise without fear or favor. I see no reason why Honorable Innocent Ajelu should be running from one media house to the other trying to please the paymaster. I will advise Ajelu to quickly return home and identify with his newly elected ward escorts. Other party faithfuls at the LGA.
You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned. Welcome back. You're still tuned into the World News at 6 on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Thanks for staying tuned. 150 inmates were released in the just concluded process of releasing inmates with minor offences from the Port Harcourt Maximum Correctional Centre. The exercise, which was carried out by 3 chief magistrates, was in compliance with the directives by the Chief Judge of Rivers State, Justice Simeon Amadi. During the gold delivery exercise at the Nigerian Maximum Correctional Centre, Port Harcourt, on 19th of August, as part of efforts to decongest the facility. Today FM's Uchendu Ejiowo reports that 46 inmates were released last Friday, 62 were released this week Monday, while 42 inmates were released today, bringing the total number of beneficiaries of the process to 150, including 2 females. Chief Magistrate Menene Poromo, who addressed the freed inmates at the end of the exercise, commended the Chief Judge of the state for the initiative and cautioned the released inmates against any act that could bring them back to the correctional center.
What we have done, we have looked through the books, we have gone through your files, and we have decided purely on merits. I hope nobody collected money from anybody here. Is that so many of you have come to Port Harcourt from far off, and you don't have anything meaningful to do here. If you must stay here and remain in Rivers State, try and make yourself useful to the state and not to become a menace to the society. My advice is that crime does not pay. Go back to your place. If your people are farmers, farm with them. If your people are fishermen, fish with them. As you leave this place, may God be with you and ensure that you stay out of trouble.
Some of the released inmates who spoke to newsmen after the court session thanked the judiciary, especially the Chief Judge, for the initiative and promised never to go back to crime as they reunite with the society.
Yes, I thank you for this exercise and this release from the Chief Judge. I very, very appreciate it. I see the work was just clear. They did not collect money from anybody. It was just free and fair. So I thank God for doing that. All of us that have been released, 150 something. I thank you for all of us today.
I want to appreciate our judges for what they have done in our lives, for showing us mercy and releasing us and both men and female. I said, God will surely bless you and reward you richly in the name of Jesus. As far as we are released, we can never go back to our vomit. We are moving a new life. We are now a new creation. We cannot go back to our sin anymore.
Chief Judge of Rivers State, Justice Simeon Amadi, is expected to lead his team on the second phase of gold delivery at the Port Harcourt Maximum Correctional Centre on resumption from court vacation. Hospitality industry in Rivers State have cautioned their members to strictly comply with all COVID-19 preventive measures in the discharge of their duties. The State Secretary to Nigerian Hotel Association, Napoleon Koko, who was reacting to recent reimposed COVID-19 lockdown, said all their members have been directed to ensure full compliance to COVID-19 protocols. Koko, while warning that any hospitality industry that fails to comply with the directive risks facing appropriate sanctions from relevant authority, saying the industry would not afford to experience another lockdown.
It's not just about the threat of the governor, it's the threat of the disease. Efforts we did before, we must have to redouble it. And so the association immediately we were informed of this new strain by the NCDC. We put plans in motion to ensure that every hospitality outfit complies strictly. It is necessary that if we, who are the frontliners, so to speak, are very strict about containing this disease, then of course we are going to contribute to reducing the numbers. It's not, to me, I don't look at it as a threat. It's more like a wake-up call. The association has also put up a task force around to ensure compliance. It's a task force that has been ongoing, but we've redoubled it because initially people felt the disease was going.
Reacting to the court judgment in favor of Rivers State government on who is authorized to collect value-added tax in the state, Koko said their members have been directed to comply with the court order for the interest of development of the state.
We also watch to see how the trend will go. And with the recent validation by a competent court, we have no choice but to direct all our members to comply. So for now, the subsisting judgment must be complied with. So we've actually directed all hospitality outfits in Rivers State. We held a meeting with the chairman of the Rivers State Internal Revenue Service, and we got a letter from him, which we've distributed to all our members to ensure compliance until there is a contrary order. So with this declaration, I think it's more or less giving the right order so that people who generate a particular kind of tax should be the beneficiaries of that.
Rivers Civil Society Organization has called on relevant government agencies to pay attention to the causes and effects of flooding in Rivers State. Chairman of RIFSCO, Enefa Georgewell, was reacting to the flooding in some parts of Rivers State due to continuous rainfall. Enefa, in an interview to the FM Sandra Kenneth, emphasized on the need for government to pay attention to the nature of canals in the state, adding that there is lack of supervised sanitation in the state. He further called on the state government to commence work on major canals in the state, just as he advised the government to make it compulsory for Riwama to conduct statewide sanitation.
The flash flooding going on in some part of Obiakpo and Atakot local government areas in Rivers State, and the major flood that will soon commence as predicted. What is even worrisome is the fact that this flash flood even occurred in some places like Rumoba flyover, where a new flyover is built and the drainage equally built. This flash flooding is caused by the long absence of sanitation in the state. To call on the Rivers State government to immediately commence the silting of all major canals in the state, and equally ask Riwama to make sure that they commence and start the sanitation exercise that have been helping to clean our drainages and the gutter.
A medical expert has warned against mixing orthodox drugs with traditional medicines at a go. Professor Lawrence Obunia was reacting to the practice of some Nigerians combining different forms of medications for a particular illness. Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Ifunaya Obemendukwe, Professor Obunnaya said the combination of the two different forms of medications could cause harm to the body, as one may be working against the other.
When you mix the traditional medicine with the orthodox medicine, you don't really know what you are taking. One may be counteracting the other. And many of our traditional medicines contain things that are toxic to our system because they have not been purified. So those are the danger. So we need to purify them. We need to separate them. So if you take it wholesale like that, the good may do some good. Then the bad and ugly will cause some harm. Now, most medicines we have in the formal health sector is a product of either a herb, a root, an animal product, or something like that, which the traditional medicine people use. But you will find out that one medicinal plant may contain 100 medicinal products that do different things in the body.
Professor Obunnaya, however, said traditional form of medication is not condemned by the medical profession, but said a lot of confidence is yet to be put on traditional medicines in Nigeria.
We do not condemn traditional medicine on its face value. I accept that there is a lot of good that we will obtain from refining our traditional medicines. But the problem with our traditional medicines is that we are yet to get to that level where a lot of confidence will be put on it. Many of our traditional medicines are a combination of several things that you cannot really say what is the active substance in that traditional medicine that is curing the person. So we need to do the research, extract all the active ingredients in our traditional medicines and mass produce them and use them to cure our diseases.
On the foreign scene, the West African bloc, ECOWAS, says it fears potential delays in elections in Mali aimed at restoring civilian rule following a coup last year. In a statement, the group said it remained worried about lack of concrete action to prepare for the vote, which has been promised by February 2022 by strongman Colonel Assimi Goïta. The announcement came at the end of a 3-day mission to Mali led by former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan. The 15-nation economic community of West African states has repeatedly voiced fears about the situation in Mali, one of the region's poorest and most volatile states. Universities in Kabul, in Afghanistan, were almost empty on the first day of the Afghan school year as professors and students wrestled with the Taliban's restrictive new rules for the classroom. The Taliban have promised a softer rule than during their first stint in power from 1996 to 2001, when women's freedoms in Afghanistan were sharply curtailed and they were banned from higher education. This time, the hardline Islamist group have said women will be allowed to go to private universities under the new regime, but they face tough restrictions on their clothing and movement. The Taliban said women can only attend class if they wear an abaya, a flowing robe, and a niqab, a face veil with a small window to see through, and are separated from men. The Taliban Education Authority issued a lengthy document on Sunday outlining their measures for the classroom, which also ruled that men and women should be segregated or at least divided by a curtain if there are 15 students or less. They must also end their lessons 5 minutes earlier than men to stop them from mingling outside. So far, the Taliban has said nothing about public universities. In entertainment, Big Brother Niger housemate Tega has tendered a public apology to her husband, Ajebo Chris Lawrence, over her affair with fellow housemate Buma during the show. Speaking during an interview, Tega said she has spoken to her husband and that they are good, adding that she and Buma got carried away by the attention they gave each other during the show, and coming out of the house they have realized that they pushed the button too far. This, however, contradicts earlier response by her husband, who in an interview said he's yet to speak with her since she got evicted. As you may know, the two housemates who were recently evicted from the reality TV show were in a love affair with which many Nigerians condemned. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Muhammadu Buhari has directed security chiefs to find tactics to solve security challenges in the country. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has expressed worries over the threat cryptocurrencies poses to the world economy. You heard that over 150 inmates have been released in the just concluded process of decongesting the Port Harcourt Maximum Correctional Center. And on the foreign scene, we told you that the West African bloc, ECOWAS, has expressed fears of potential delays in Mali's elections aimed at restoring civilian rule following a coup last year. That was the news as edited by Ifunaya Ubemendukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent COVID-19. I am Wisdom Opina. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the world news on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
People can no longer take certain things. Nothing is guaranteed. When we were younger, you hardly hear killing. Today is the norm now.
No place is safe. We get president at all. We dey separate Nigeria, beg.
Kidnapping, assassination. People are dying every day. People are getting killed every day. My friend just got kidnapped.
Tell the Nigerian leaders, or if you like rulers, that they are performing below expectation.
Hope is one of the main guiding force in the human existence. Without hope, we all cease to live. Life ends when you stop believing. The sky may be full of dark clouds, but the little ray of hope for this great nation should not quiver. Let's fan the flames of hope. Nigeria must stand. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Anybody will we cash for road, Sarah. If you cash Argentina and Sarah, anybody will we cash for road, Sarah. Because we go teach them a lesson, no lie. I said triple them, put them for Kolo, Jara. If you know one come up for road, Yawa. Triple them, put them for Kolo, Jara. If you know one come up for road, Yawa. Clear the road for Super Eagles.
Well, I hope the road gets clear right there in Cape Verde because as we speak, it's not exactly the sweetest of songs as they're sharing the spores currently. Well, my name is Wisdom Obina. You're welcome to the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. I am your Superman in the world of sports and the man who can never leave football for snowball. And we're set for another thrilling time. The best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. All right, so the very first discussion would definitely have to be the Super Eagles game against Cape Verde. And of course, that's why that tone is on the background. It's a Super Eagles day, right? And as I would always say, I'm a Super Eagles fan. Every other club is somewhere else. Not even secondary, somewhere else. But I'm a Super Eagles fan. I'm a Super Eagles primary and secondary fan. Every other club, any other place. So it's 1-1 as we speak. It's not tasty, like I said. It's rather crunchy. It's 1-1 now. Dylan Tavares did give Cape Verde the lead in the 20th minute. Victor Osimhen equalized in the 30th minute. And it is 66 minutes on that clock. And it's still 1-1 between the Cape Verde side. The Blue Sharks, some like to call them the Brazilians. And of course, the Nigerian Super Eagles. So that's where it stands now. And you might be asking, who started the game? I'll let you in. That's why I'm here. All right? For Nigeria, I'm not sure you would probably pay too much attention to the other side now. But for the Nigerian side, Maduka Okoye is the goalkeeper. We had a back line consistent. No surprises there if you made your permutations. Abdullahi Shehu on the right, Jamilu Collins on the left, Chidozie Waziem and Kenneth Omeruo in the middle of the pack. Victor Sim. Okay, that's too quick. Let's go to the midfield. Innocent Bonke is in that midfield. That same midfield has got Kingsley Michael and Chidera Ejuke. And up front, that's a 4-3-3 formation, more like. Up front, we have Victor Osimhen leading the lines, flanked by Moses Simon and Ahmed Musa. That's what it looks like right there. One substitution already made by the Brazilians, like I call them, the Blue Sharks, the Cape Verde team. A very small island, but it can be very troublesome. It's Gary Rodriguez who's just coming in for Wagner. That substitution made in the 60th minute. Onuachu is on the bench. I'm sure you're asking, who is on the bench? The Mercurial Onuachu, record goal scorer. Right then, the Belgian top flight is on the bench. We've got Francis Usoho, who is clubless at the moment. Daniel Akpeyi is also on that bench. He plays for Kaizer Chiefs right there in South Africa. One of the very finest goalkeepers in that league. Henry Onyekuru, he does the business these days for the Olympiacos side, and he's also in that team. Valentinos Onwafo comes in from the Turkish league for Galatasaray and Fenerbahce these days. But for Galatasaray, Terem Murphy, he plays for Lorient in the French Ligue. Brilliant player. Did do double figures last season. Zaidou Sanusi is no longer in FC Porto these days. Plies his trade with Benfica. And we'll have Adeleke Adekunle of Abia Warriors in Nigeria. All right, so that's what it looks like. Although I hear these days the man is also on the move. But let's look at it from a Nigerian perspective, at least to give us something to smile about. But that's what it looks like for the Nigerian side. And, well, it's now 69 minutes. Will they be sharing the points? Don't forget, Allen Onyema. I call him Sir Allen Onyema. I did promise them... don't mind me, that's how I know him. Sir Allen Onyema did promise them 20 million naira. And that's if they win, no? So they say go there and he told them to go there and die, kill yourself and come out alive. You get? So if they don't do it, they ain't gonna get that money, man. So it's not a free giver. It's not a free give, rather. There's a condition tied to it. You go there, beat Cape Verde, beat them silly, get all 3 points, come back home, and we'll give you a rousing welcome with the cash on display. So, but that might not be the story. I'll open the phone lines in a bit, but before that, let me tell you what's going on in the other parts of the world, starting with the games currently ongoing. The Portuguese side, they are in form, or they've been in form now for some time, but you ask yourself, who are they playing? Paper bags, if you ask me. Azerbaijan losing 0-2 to the Portuguese side. The Portuguese side, of course, without that man, Cristiano Ronaldo. They've got Bernardo Silva on the score sheet, assisted by the Manchester United Kingpin. Now, maybe that will change with Ronaldo back in the team. Bruno Fernandes. Andre Silva got the second goal, assisted by the man from Liverpool, Diogo Jota. England making 3 of those goals, really, or maybe 3 England players involved in those goals. Only Andre Silva out of that one. By the way, the third goal has just been scored right there in that game between the Portuguese side and Azerbaijan. 3-0 Portugal. 3-0 Portugal. That goal just came in right now. And, well, they're doing a fine business. I hope Nigeria would also help us to get in on it. What I mean by getting on is, let's start celebrating too, like I just tried to do so for the Portuguese side. So 3-0, Diogo Jota, assisted right there by João Cancelo. So it's Portugal 3, Azerbaijan 0. A quick move now to other stories. Now, FIFA has opened disciplinary proceedings against Brazil and Argentina after the suspended World Cup qualifier on Sunday. The fixture came to a halt following an alleged breach of COVID-19 regulations by Argentina relating to Premier League players. All right, Gareth Southgate insists England will be prepared for another hostile atmosphere when they travel to Warsaw to face Poland. England have enjoyed a productive international break thus far, coasting past Hungary and Andorra by an aggregate score of 8-0 to make it 5 wins in 5 games. Last Thursday in Budapest, England players were subjected to racist abuse by the crowd, Raheem Sterling being the main target as he celebrated his opener. Meanwhile, Marcos Alonso has tipped Saul Niguez to make an instant impact at Chelsea. The European champion snapped up Saul on a season-long loan from Atletico Madrid before the transfer window slammed short last Tuesday. He could join permanently next summer if he manages to impress Blues boss Thomas Tuchel. Moving on, Fabinho, the fabulous one. Liverpool are primed and ready for the intensity of their season to kick up a notch as the Reds prepare to do battle on 3 fronts in the coming week, says Fabinho. Going into the international break, the Reds had taken 7 points from their opening 3 Premier League games, with Sunday's trip to Leeds United next on the agenda. Following that visit to Ellen Road, the club's men host Milan in the Champions League with a visit to Norwich City in the EFL Cup, are coming hot on the heels of a top-flight home game with Crystal Palace. And the man has come out to say, we're ready. We're ready for the World Cup. We're ready to take on the world, I'm sure he means. Meanwhile, Gerard Piqué has come out to say that he believes Josep Maria Bartomeu was among the worst presidents in Barcelona's history. I hope this man manages to sleep well at night, because I think it will be difficult. But maybe I'm the only one feeling for him, all right? But, everybody is just saying you're the reason Messi left. You're the reason Barcelona is dying. You're the reason Griezmann is going. You're the reason we are cutting salaries. You're the reason everything is happening. No one is remembering COVID-19 and how he navigated the situation. I think he was terrible with management, no doubt about that. But you guys should just let him stay in peace. Let him just have a peaceful stay. Well, a mathematical professor has come out to make some statistics that makes Ronaldo the greatest of all time. His name is Dr. Tom Crawford, a mathematician at the University of Oxford, by the way. I don't want to go into that index, please. Let's not delve into that. It would raise lots of talk. Louis van Gaal has compared the self-confidence of his Netherlands side to being like that of Formula One star Max Verstappen. Van Gaal's Netherlands will face Turkey in a crucial top-of-the-table World Cup Group G qualifier on Tuesday. The Netherlands are a point adrift following their 4-0 rout of Montenegro last time out, and Van Gaal is happy with his team since taking over from Frank de Boer. Van Gaal likened the Netherlands' confidence to that of Dutch driver Verstappen, who reclaimed the F1 World Championship lead from Lewis Hamilton with his Dutch Grand Prix success last week. 0817 000951 0810 9510 951. I'll take that again. 0817 000951 0810 9510 951. As we speak, the Super Eagles are still trying to be super against the Sharks. Soccer Nation, good evening.
Hello, Bina. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good to have you. You're welcome.
All right, thank you. My name is Barista. I'm calling from Astu Rock in Laguna Valley.
Barista from Astu Rock in Laguna Valley. You're welcome. Let's hear you.
All right, I think I'm expecting Super Eagles to win. You know how much I don't have our team playing. I'm expecting them to win 2-1.
Okay. Thank you so much. Soccer Nation, good evening. Hello. This is 95.1 FM. Soccer Nation, good evening. Whoa. He had his points, but I'm sure he was confused, pretty much confused. By the way, there are other games in CAF. I'm sure I didn't do that. 75 minutes now on the clock. Cape Verde 1, Nigeria 1. Equatorial Guinea are leading Mauritania 1-0. Tunisia have beaten Zambia 2-0. Soccer Nation, good evening.
Good evening, Obina.
Good evening.
This is Mr. Wisdom.
Mr. Wisdom. You're welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah. With regards to the Super Eagles match today, I want to know, has the match started or what time will it take place?
That means you just joined us. Don't worry, just keep listening. It's 1-1 now as we speak.
Then the mathematician statistics with regards to Ronaldo, please, I want you to take some of them. Because I'm a core Ronaldo fan.
I know. You see, that's the problem. Okay. I'm trying to avoid that. I know the Ronaldo fans would come in and say, yes, the mathematician has spoken. Because he has spoken. Dr. Tom Crawford, he has spoken. But let's look at this very good. Second issue, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Wisdom.
Good evening. That sounds like Madam Nasiru.
Yes, Nasiru from Wale.
You're welcome, Nasiru.
I don't know why it's Paigo. Anytime we then comes.
Oh, we lost you right there. Nasiru, I would have really loved to hear from you. By the way, Tanzania have beaten Madagascar 3-2. Sudan will take on Guinea-Bissau by 8 p.m. Congo and Senegal is 1-1, so it's not just Nigeria that are sharing the scores. Soccer Nation, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, this is Kingsley calling from Port Harcourt.
Kingsley, quickly, go ahead. You're our last caller. Kingsley. Sorry. I'm sure the last caller scared him. All right, that's how we wrap things up. Sorry, we can't take any more calls. We have to leave. That's how we wrap things up on today's edition of Soccer Nation. Best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. I am your Superman in the world of sports. I'm the man who can never leave football for snowball. My name is Wisdom Obina. I'm on Instagram at Wisdom_OB. That's O for Orange, B for ball. You can hook me up and we could probably have a talk. But currently, 78 minutes. Nigeria 1, Cape Verde 1. Don't mind it. Dave is one of those people that do not believe in our football program.
That is why I don't want to watch.
Dave, which club do you support?
I told you the last time.
We're together now. Yeah. Look, me and Dave, we have a common factor. We are now in PSG. Yeah, PSG. As long as PSG is, with all those players, all of us are PSG fans.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, this is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
In case you missed out on the morning show,
not to worry.
Music, gossip, drama. This is Entertainment Recap.
Who doesn't love this?
Entertainment Recap. Every weekday, Monday through Thursday, 6:30 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM. Tell me what you want. I can be your friend. I can be your muse. Call my name and I'll be there. Do you know me? Do you know me? I am Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio. Catch me when you can. Have you ever felt this? Love someone self.
Who's the hottest, dopest, flyest, amazing artist repping your hood right now?
For the boys with the grind hard, Rumola for the boys with the move things, Chuba for the boys with the do things, my 3 for the boys with the no.
Hey people, join me, Dave Roberts.
I know you fall for the guy.
Every Friday from 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the countdown of the latest banging tunes from the streets. It's the top 10 PH Street Jams. Right here on Entertainment Recap on your premium talk station, Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Top 10 PH Street Jam.
I go to put myself in order.
Let's go, let's get it.
She coming right on time. She they giving me proto.
95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
Big tune.
Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be all on my pitas. Oh, Doguni Misha, show you the confirm for your speaker. This time I call trap seat for assistance. Show we they blow your mind, Afghanistan. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be all on my pitas. When you come, make I give you digits. When's the last time somebody did it like this? Too much ice on my bumper clap wrist. That's why everybody hating on me like Chris. Kilo me, kilometers. I don't come, I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. People think I be Johnny, just come. Like I just got rich, like my money just come. Send them back to where they come from. For talking like the product of a turn. Come from me, no care, my brother. One side, sit down for one chair, my brother. Come try, me will make you disappear, my brother. Long time it takes to reach here, my brother. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be all on my pitas.
Alright, I tell you something, yeah, I'm definitely in that very high mood tonight, okay? So it's energy everywhere, right here on the show, Entertainment Recap. Today, 95.1 FM, your premium talk news and sports station, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. Are you ready for me tonight? All right, it's at that time where we get to hear all the latest juicy gossip and trending stories in the world of entertainment. And of course, it's a Tuesday, so we get to play games right here on the show. Brain Teaser Tuesday right here on the show, Entertainment Recap, all right? Kilometers. Welcome to the show. My name is Dave Robbins, your favorite guy on radio, your radio muse, your exotic zaddy dripping with opulence everywhere tonight on the 7th day in the month of September 2021. Okay, happy birthday shout outs to you. If today is the birthday, congratulations. And in case you're celebrating something today that is worth celebration, congratulations. We're here to celebrate with you. We're really excited for you. We're really, really happy. We're excited. We pray that everything that you've hoped and prayed for would definitely come to you this year, all right? This year is the year for you. Say amen. All right? Okay. So let's get straight into it today. Earlier on the show, we talked about some things. We got to play a song, Waka Stay Tuesday. But tonight, it's Brain Teaser Tuesday. So hit me up on the number 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Hit me up right now. You got to play games on the show, all right? It's a Brain Teaser Tuesday. You rock your brain. Give me the correct answers to the questions I'll be asking you, and you stand a chance to win a free shawarma for yourself tonight, okay? It doesn't happen any other place but right here on Today 95.1 FM. Let's go. So I guess you're ready for me. 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Those are the lucky numbers to call through and get across to me. And I'll be asking you some really, really, really scary questions. And you get it correctly, you stand a chance to win for yourself something remarkable coming in from these places, all right? 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. You can't send text messages because I won't be taking any text message tonight, okay? Just hit me up on the numbers and let's get this ball kicking, all right? Even if Nigerians might not just be happy right now because of the turnout and the scores, let's see if you can win in this particular game. 95.1 FM, good evening to you and welcome. What's your name?
Yeah, this is Martin.
Martins. Is this Obafemi Martins? All right, so since Nigeria is playing a game and they're not winning, I think you might be the one to win tonight, okay?
Okay.
Are you ready?
Very much ready.
Okay, so I'll be asking you a series of questions, and then you do not delay when you're giving me the answers, all right?
Okay.
Okay, let's go. So, first question, it's a riddle, okay? In a year, there are 12 months. 7 months have 31 days. How many months have 28 days?
4 months.
Listen to the question again. In a year, there are 12 months. 7 months have 31 days. How many months have 28 days?
Just 1 month. 1 month.
Final answer?
Yeah, 1 month.
You're wrong. Final answer, 1 month.
Final answer.
No, you're wrong. All right, I told you it was going to be bloody tonight. Your blood is going to dry. Okay, back to the phone lines. Good evening and welcome. What's your name?
Hello, good evening.
Hey, good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Greta.
What's your name?
Jane.
Jane. Is this your first time calling on the show?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you ready to play the game, Jane?
Okay, let me try.
Are you sure? You're sure?
Yes,
I'm not getting the energy from you. Are you really sure?
I'm sure.
All right, so let's go. In a year, there are 12 months. 7 months have 31 days. How many months have 28 days?
12 months.
All right. Okay. Let's go. So a farmer has 19 sheep, but 7 die. How many sheep does he have left?
You said a farmer has what?
A farmer has 19 sheep, all but 7 die. How many are left?
All but 7 died. 7.
Okay. You're coming close. All right. Now, this other one is, this is a 5-letter word. When you take away 2 letters away from it, it becomes shorter. What is it?
It becomes shorter.
Yes.
If you take away 2.
Yes.
Shorter.
Listen to it again.
In short, if you remove short, the word is short.
Okay. All right. I'm liking what you're doing. Okay, but I feel like you should fail one now, so everyone will just rest. Okay, you don't want to just play and win and win. All right. Okay, so let's go. Okay, so you are in the cabin with no electricity. Come nightfall, you have a candle, a wood stove, a gas lamp, and only a match, and you have to light one. Which would you light first?
You are in a cabin.
Yes.
Come again, please.
You are in a cabin with no electricity. And it's night, okay? So you have a candle, you have a wood stove, you have a gas lamp, and you have only one stick of match. Which would you light first?
I would light the candle first. Then just light the other one.
You failed it. I was expecting her to fail one. Come on, like, oh, you're getting everything correctly. Come on. All right, hit me up on the number 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Brain Teaser Tuesday, baby, right here on Today 95.1fm. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Good evening and welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Emmanuel. I'm calling from Rumokrushi.
Emmanuel from Rumokrushi. Are you ready to play and win tonight?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. So I'll be asking you a series of very quick questions right now. Give me the answers spontaneously, okay?
Okay.
2 times 2 times 0.
0.
What's the 4th word in the national pledge?
Progress.
Missed it. Okay, so I'm not a very wicked person. I'm just the kind of guy who doesn't want you to just win things on the show. Okay, 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0. The magical numbers to call me up and play and win if you can. All right, I would like to know. 95.1 FM. Good evening to you and welcome. What's your name?
Emmanuel, I called back.
Emmanuel. Okay, so you're going to go and listen to all the questions and you feel like you have expo, Abby?
No.
All right. Let's go. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
What's the fourth word in the national pledge?
The fourth word?
Yes. Quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. You don't delay me. Come on. Time is money, man. Time is ego. All right. 95.1 FM. Good evening to you and welcome. What's your name?
Good evening. Jane, I called back.
You called back? Oh, good.
Jane, yeah.
Okay. All right. So what do you want me to do now? Like,
I want 3 in a row. I'm ready.
You're ready? Okay. Okay. So let me ask you another question, okay?
Okay.
What can you hold without ever touching or using your hands?
Breath.
Oh, that's good. Like, did you come and see my script or something? All right, okay. So, I am something. I am full of holes, but I can still hold water. What am I?
You are something. You're what?
I am full of holes, but I can still hold water.
You're full of holes.
Yeah.
I don't really know that one.
Jane, call back if you can, all right? I really want you to win, okay? 0817. Okay, you're here. Good evening and welcome. What's your name?
Good
Adora. How you doing, Adora?
I'm fine, maybe.
I'm great. So are you ready to play and win tonight?
Yes.
Okay, are you ready? Let's go. What is the fourth word in the national pledge?
The fourth word?
Yes.
Antitrust.
Nah. Like, I'm giving you free expo. What is going on? Like, this is expo. Like, you know, someone else. I asked the person the same question, and yeah, you should get it. Hello and welcome. Good evening to you. What's your name?
I'm Emmanuel. I'm calling back again.
Emmanuel. Oh, hey. Okay.
I want to win this money. I'll be the prize.
Okay. All right. So, this is a word, okay? It's a popular Nigerian word. The name of the word is malam, okay? So if you spell malam backwards, what do you have?
Malam.
Okay. What is the fourth word in the national pledge?
Nigeria.
Okay. I am something. I have holes, but I can still hold water. You crashed and burned, man. You did crash, okay? I think if Jane calls me back, I'll be very lenient to the stem and just give her the prize, okay? So, Jane, if you're out there, hit me up on the number 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Hope this is you. Hello and welcome. Good evening.
My name is Ayo.
Ayo! I like that name. Oh. What's the meaning of the name?
Joy.
Oh, I like the name. Can you dash me, please? All right, Ayo, are you ready to play and win? Okay. 4 times 4 times 0.
Huh?
Okay. You're carrying your paper and your biro. You want to calculate that, B?
No, I can't hear you.
Okay, 4 times 4 times 0.
0.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
More is coming your way. Don't feel like you're really smart, okay? What is the all right. What is full of holes but can still hold water?
Sponge.
Ah, right, good. Okay. What do omnivores eat?
Yes?
What do omnivores eat?
What What do only?
Omnivores. What do they eat? 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, so this is it, right? I feel like I was too harsh in everyone. Okay, but the questions are pretty simple, okay? What's the name? Jane got almost everything, so this is what will happen, right? Jane, call me up right now so I could just give you one more question and then you win your prize because I don't want to go home with this tonight, okay? 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Hello and welcome. Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening, Miss Jane.
Oh, Jane. Oh. All right, so I told you I was going to give you the gift if you eventually got this question correctly, okay?
Okay, let me try.
So what do omnivores eat?
I think they eat plants and animals. We are omnivores now.
Congratulations!
Wow.
Congratulations, Jane. You are the lucky winner for tonight. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
All right, so send the last 4 digits, okay? Send the last 4 digits of your phone number. Send your phone number with the last 4 digits also. Send it to our text message portal 0701-933-9962.
Okay, the last 4 digits is 3710.
All right, okay, so send it to the text message portal, and then you can go there tomorrow to claim your prize, okay?
It's okay.
Nice Place located at Timeless Plaza off of Zoba Road.
All right, please, when I drop the call, please call the number again. So
Okay. All right, so congratulations, Jane. You are the lucky winner for today. All right. So I can't take any calls again because time is already gone, okay? But next week is going to be another very interesting edition of Brain Teaser Tuesday, okay? So
let's get ready to rumble!
All right, come. You're having too much energy tonight. Come, let me ask you one question so you can win something.
I'm listening. What am I winning?
What's the 4th word in the Nigerian pledge?
Nigeria.
Oh,
Nigeria.
Jesus, but she doesn't know anything.
Nigeria is the 4th word.
All right.
I got it correct. Nigeria.
So, yeah.
I pledge to Nigeria. What am I getting?
A bottle of granola. How about that? You know? For you. My queen. You know?
I hate you.
I'm not even going to come and do that school. So I have to go, but she's already here looking all greenish and everything. What's the color of this word? Or the word of this?
What's the color of the word? The color of the word
What's
is
the word
green.
of the color? What's the name of the word?
The color of the word
is this green?
This.
Is this not green now?
Bro, just take it that it's green.
It has one lilac thing. This lilac.
Dave, can you wrap up your program?
You can follow me on socials, Dave Melford Roberts. On Instagram, it's Dave_Melford_Roberts. And on Facebook, it is David Melford Roberts. Have yourself a wonderful evening. I'll leave you with Pachi, who is already here having herself a wonderful time. She's going to tell you everything happening in your area. And you get to call her and give the reports live here on Area Talk on 95.1 FM. You know, your premium talk news and sports station.
Dave, let me help you wrap up.
I have to go.
Do also follow Dave on socials and stay tuned for Area Talk. Good evening.
She's not on
and
socials,
thanks
by the
for
way.
joining. I'm on socials.
You're not.
I'm Butch on
You're not.
socials.
You're not.
It's
You're
BUUCH_1 on Instagram. And on Facebook, it's BUUCH. Right?
Okay.
Underscore. Yeah, I'm on socials. So yeah, you can also follow me up on socials. But I like gist, right? So if you have any gist, any eyewitness reports that you want to share with me. Yeah, if you want to also do business.
Guys. Yeah.
Jesus.
You said you like broke guys, I do.
I said no, do not hate on anybody.
Including broke guys.
Or on broke.
So broke guys can come for
wealthy,
you.
as long as they're all human beings. I
all right,
appreciate
so all the
everybody.
broke guys, come just slide into her DM. Just waiting for you.
Why
Thank
are
you
you
very
so
much.
particular about broke guys? Are you broke?
No.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1
Does your community feel government presence? Do you think your community's voice isn't heard by anyone that matters?
Join us on Area Talk, the platform that zones in on happenings in, out, and around your local communities. We focus on the problem and take eyewitness accounts to help us get a better picture on any issue. Every Tuesdays to Thursdays by 7 p.m. on Today's Connect, only on Today 95.1 FM.
I feel to reach you anywhere you day, brother man, you day.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Three minutes gone past 7. It's your premium talk news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM. And yet again, I am coming through for Buchi, who is in the studio. And yes, the program is Area Talk, where you get to be the eyewitness reporter, giving us everything happening in your area, your environment, your community, your eyewitness reports. Basically, what is the situation of traffic where you are right now?
You're out here now. Thank you so much. Dave is a wonderful guy.
I want to do this again for you. All right, so what you do is call us on the number 0817-000-0951 or 0810-951-0951 and have a conversation with Buchi.
For staying tuned. So the idea is that Dave was supposed to, let's see if Dave, starts the program like myself, but it turns out that Dave cannot just be Buchi. Even if Buchi can always be Dave. He's hearing me, he's wondering what's that. Well, you're welcome. Like Dave said, it's an eyewitness report show. You call in and tell me about everything happening around your community. I am here for you, and I know you are here for me, and I'm very much concerned about anything that bothers you in your community, in your area, in your compound, in your house. If anything that you believe is newsworthy is happening within your roof, you can call in and share that with us. We're here to take all your stories. And do not forget, there is nothing that is insignificant. No matter how tiny and little and insignificant one other person thinks it is, if it concerns you, if it bothers you, then it bothers me, and it bothers 1,000,001 persons out there. So do also call in and share all of this with us on Area Talk. My name is Buchi Rafwa, and we are having a guest with us in the studio tonight. I told you yesterday, I'll be introducing my guest shortly, but I would love to put up the phone lines and put up the text message portal, because we just might be making use of the text message portal for a particular time before the phone lines come up. And I urge you, if you have any question, whatsoever the question is, you have to ask. Please send it to the number 0701-933-9962. That's for the text message and WhatsApp portal. You can call in with the number 0817-0000951. I am here for you. Let me just share some stories with you before we start talking about other issues. It's that last night, Jesus Christ, traffic within River State was mad. It was terrible. It was horrible. And I was almost crying in traffic last night. And I am very particular about the traffic at Rumosi. I don't know if the gods of the land sort of come out within that period, the evening period, and then decide to have a meeting at that Rumosi junction, because there's always traffic. And then when you get there, there is no particular reason why the traffic is there. which is highly unfortunate. So please, whatever it is that you need to do for drivers around that Rumosi area, please do well to, I don't know, just help each other. Help us, help myself in case I'm running late so I don't have to be stuck at Rumosi traffic like I was yesterday. Very important. Okay, I'll go on a short break. I will be right back. So do all to stay with me and do not forget to send text messages if you have any question.
Been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
And I am back as well. Thank you so much for staying with us and for being here. Without further ado, for the sake of time, because we might not have the entire time to spend here, we have the executive chairman of Obiakpo local government area in River State, Mr. George Ariolu. He is a lawyer and, he's been pretty active. He is the newly elected chairman for Obiakpo local government. Good to have you here. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so I don't waste too much of time, so people can also send their questions, because I know there's a lot of questions. I'd love to start by asking, how's it been so far? Congratulations, by the way, on your new position. It's not that new, it's been a month now. Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thanks so much.
All right. So how's it been so far? Being the chairman of the biggest local government in Nigeria.
Yeah, so far so good. We are not new to the system. We are part of the system. We've been part of it for a very long time. So it is just playing along with what we know. And that is what it is. Using the instrumentality of governance to reach out to our people.
Okay.
That's fundamentally there.
All right. Now, one question that I've been wanting to ask you, but I purposely have not asked you because I've been waiting to ask you on air. Why did you decide to become the chairman of Obiakpo? There are a lot of challenges, there are a lot of talks, there are a lot of things that is associated with Obiakpo local government. So I wonder why you decided that I want to be the leader, I want to lead these people, the people within this local government, I want to be in charge and manage the affairs of this local government. Why did you choose to do that?
Well, it's not far-fetched. First and foremost, I am a politician. That's the platform. And then secondly, I have the interests of my people at heart.
Well, your politics comes first before the interests of your people?
Definitely, you must be a politician. You must belong to a political party.
Okay.
That's the platform.
True.
If you don't have that platform, you can't run any election anywhere.
All right.
Yes. So, definitely for you to belong to a political party, that makes you a politician. That is what it means. So, that created a platform, and then the love for my people, and then fundamentally to change, like you rightly stated, the negative narratives about their great local government or Obiakpo local government. And that was the motivating factor. Yeah, and then when we came in, we just had to hit the ground running. Like you are aware, first and foremost, we had to change this narrative that everything about Obiakpo is about touting and harassing people.
You think
and
that has changed?
People. Definitely it has changed because we have taken our time to let the public know what the true situation is.
Which is?
Of course, if you're a news person, we started by, first of all, we had to swoop on those that were, illegally seizing people's vehicles and then detaining them in one or two places. I went there personally myself, and then we had to let the public know that that has nothing to do with the council. I did not set up any of such task forces. My predecessor never did, in as much as I'm aware. But within the public space, everybody tells you it's Obiakpo, it's Obiakpo, And then we went there and then we did what we did. For those that have an open heart to it, when we gave the information, they got it right that it wasn't Obiakpo Local Government Council at all. It wasn't Obiakpo Local Government. And added to it is the fact that these persons perpetrating this are not even from Obiakpo, they're not even from River State. It will beat your imagination. They're not from River State.
Where are they from then?
You want me to tell you?
Based on your investigation?
Yes. They are from Delta State, they are from Akwa Ibom, they are from Imo State.
Anywhere within the South that is not River State, I guess. Are they from Bayelsa as well?
No, I
You haven't seen anyone from Bayelsa?
No.
Let me take you back to your initial comment. You talked about wanting to change a particular narrative, yes. And one of the narrative is the issue of identifying Obiakpo with touts, and you said you're working on it, changing that narrative out there. What else was in particular? What was that? If you can just list like three major things that were the moving factor that made you say, oh, I really want to change this particular thing that is going on within Obiakpo. I don't like it. I don't think it's good for my people. And as soon as I get to that particular position, I would make sure I work on these things. You've already talked about changing the idea of touts, placing it side by side with Obiakpo local government. What else? If you can give us three other things you were very particular about.
If you can get to assessment right, Obiakpo is metropolitan by nature. It's urban. We used to be a rural setting before, where our people were fundamentally engaged in farming, and those that have rivers and streams were engaged in fishing. But with this development, we no longer have the platform for our people to farm anymore. Okay. And this was the occupation that our mothers and some of our fathers were engaged in. This time around, there's no land anywhere for them to farm. So you see them getting themselves engaged in petty tradings and all. So for us as a government, we think that the best way to give them a push, a support, is to create a microfinance base for them. Okay. Which we are almost rounding up with the arrangements to push it out to them. Okay. So that they can benefit from there and then grow their businesses. Then we're talking about the youths. The issue of unemployment is a national problem. Okay. So for us, coming from our own policies and programs as we have laid it down, of saying that our youths needs to be gainfully engaged. So as it stands today, we have made arrangements for vocational trainings for those that are interested to have vocational skills that will help them in future immediately they're done with it. We have arrangement for them to be trained at forklift operators, crane operators, excavator operators, and then scaffolding. we called out for our youths that are interested. They have come to take the forms, they've turned them back. Before the week runs out, we'll be able to reel out the names of the successful ones amongst them. So we are looking at, for a start, we are taking about 200 of them, 50 in each of the vocational heads. And we'll get that rounded up within the week.
Within this week?
Definitely, yes.
So about 200 persons within Obiakpo local governments would be gainfully involved?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. They've come to pick the forms. Funny enough, though it's not surprising to us, we have over 700 of them that applied. We can't carry all at the same time. So we're going to vet to make sure each of our wards, the 17 wards we'll have in the LGA, will have candidates coming from them as part of their own benefit. Then the non-indigenous within the LGA too, we created an opening for them, at least to give us names. They have also applied, and they were processing their forms. Then we'll select, I think, about, from what I was informed, by the committee responsible, we'll have about 10 persons coming from that platform.
Non-indigenous?
Yes.
Just 10 persons. So the rest 190. Isn't that too low? Some persons will tell you
that...
You
should better thank us that we even thought along that line. You should be grateful to us because we are doing what others have not done for us before. So we should be appreciated and encouraged from that level. Then added to that is our grant for people that desire to upgrade their educational level or standard to PhD and then to master's degree. We have approved grants for 50 persons that desire to do their master's degree and 30 for the PhD. They have also applied, we have also processed, and any moment from now, the grant will be released to them. So these are the things we're trying to do to uplift the level of our people and to add value to their lives. And as time goes on, we'll do more.
Okay, it's really applaudable what you're doing and your plans. It's already you're already working on it. Yes. But I think most persons would say that we've heard a lot of talks like this: vocational training, grants would be provided, funds, mini funds would be provided for you to start off and kick off your business. But the execution, which would not be a problem of just Obiakpo, if at all it happens, it's like a normal thing in Nigeria, executing most of these plans, and it's really an issue. So do you think, and are you assuring your people, because you're talking directly to them now, are you assuring them that all you have said would actually come to pass?
We have hit the ground running. You ask people that have come to my council, ask the workers of Obiakpo local government area, you have asked the indigenous, or those that have, gotten one business or the other to do with the council. I met the council in a dilapidated state. There was no light. Go there presently as we talk. I promised the workers their comfort. I told them I was going to provide them a generating set. As we talk right now, we have a brand new 500 kVA generator installed and working.
Within the council?
Yes, go and find out. We're journalists. Go and find out. We are also engaged in massive renovation of the council. If you go there, you'll also see it. So we match our words with action. Yes, some persons might tell you that is how politicians talk, but not all politicians are the same.
And that's what they all say.
No. You see, that's the problem we have in this nation. We always lay emphasis on the negatives. I just told you here that we gave an opening of 10 spaces to non-indigens. You didn't appreciate it. The next question that came to your mind, is it not too low? It's not encouraging.
Because some persons would be asking that same
see,
question.
what I tell people, we all have a role to play in making this country better. Do well to fish out those that mean well for this country. You don't bury them because you know bad people. You bury the good ones. We have good people, for Christ's sake.
Sure.
For instance, everybody says police is bad. But we have good policemen that are serving this country with all their heart. We don't project them. We only project the bad ones. And you know that part of what you do here is to educate the populace, is to enlighten them. And whatever they hear you say, they take to heart. That is one area we are missing it. We have very good politicians. Look at what the governor is doing in Rivers State.
Which we always acknowledge on
No.
the program.
You have not. You have not to the extent. I told you
earlier that what you're doing is plausible, but I'm asking questions that most persons would want to ask. That do you think that number is enough? Because there are lots of. I was going to add something to that particular question. Most persons would say people living within.
Don't think for people. Teach them what it should be.
It's all encompassing.
Because it has not been there before. Somebody has started it on a scale. Why not you say this is encouraging? And then at best, you tell other chairmen that have not told this line to emulate from there. It is going to help people. People will understand that, yes, this is a step in the right direction. But the moment you bring it and color it from the negative, people are listening to you and they believe in what narrations you give. And it's not going to help us.
Oh, trust me, we don't push negative narrations here. That's why we are here, and that's why you are here, to also help us push the positive narration.
That's why I'm saying it. And then at the other end, you are telling me this is how other people say, are you going to do it? Why not encourage me to say others have said so, they didn't do it. We wish that this time around you have to do it. I told you I came to change the narrative. So that should be your guiding principle here.
Just for the rest of us listening, I'm sure you're listening to these arguments, and I really am hoping that all that is being said here comes to pass. I really am hoping for the good of the people, actually, not just for the local government, for the good of the people living within the local government, because that's why I'm here, and that's why I've been trying to get through to you. But then let me get back to the issue of vocational training. After the training, all that you have put in place, are there plans for, to assist them get jobs after being trained in that line?
We did not just wake up to say go through this vocational line. We did a research, and we got the understanding that if you follow this path, yes, despite the issue of unemployment in Nigeria, there are still people that are still employable. These vocations are vocations relevant to the oil and gas sector, which means that there is the tendency, by the time you finish, get serious with the vocation, get it right, there is the tendency that you get employed. Of course, we'll have a lot of business organizations within the LG. We'll also reach out to them to say we'll have, because most times they tell you, do you have this level of manpower that we can employ? And that is what we have come to appraise. And then we are pushing our people towards that angle, because we know that the moment they finish their training, there is the tendency that they will have that job opening. It's not just any vocation where you can, finish and then you stay on your own. No. There is the tendency for job placements for them. And we also help them to sort it out.
Okay, the local governments would help them to sort it out.
Definitely we will do that, because we'll have organizations like your organization now. This is your radio station. You are not Biakpo now. And I doubt if you have paid us your revenue. But then,
we actually
like you are here, we have other companies around. We relate well with them. We relate well. And we know that anytime we go ask them for employment, they will require a specific manpower, experience. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have, maybe you have a welder? Do you have an operator? And all of that. This is what we are aware of. And that is what is informing us now to train our people along this line.
Okay.
Yes.
That being said, let's get back to the issue of painting Obiapo Council. People that work on that Obiapo
It's
Council.
not painting, it's renovation, please.
No, not
okay.
As
in
the face,
the narrative is okay.
The narrative
it's okay.
has been tout. Now, you said based on your investigation, you find out that most persons that impersonate workers of the council are from other states,
Yes.
not even within Rivers
I stand
State.
by it. I stand by it. I was there myself.
Okay.
The one that they had opposite Rumokoro police station. Yeah? Adjacent the fire station. I went there myself. The one that we busted at Elozu, I went there myself. We made arrests. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not just assuming.
So how do we, that's the general public now, how do we identify that? Because anybody can just come. I remember coming to the office one afternoon and the lady just opposite here was complaining that some guys just came and they said they're from Obiapo Task Force, and someone from the office came out and was asking them questions. That's why they left, even though she was almost paying them certain amount of money. Now, how do we, the public, identify that these people are actually from the council and they are not illegal?
We've advised the public. And the problem we have here is that they are conniving with the touts.
The public?
Yes, I stand by it. Because the touts do not collect our real levies. Those who work for us, we have told the public time and again, we have designated revenue accounts. Go and pay. But they will prefer where they are to pay 5,000, they will give a tout 1,000 and obtain a fake receipt in the name of the council. They patronize them. And that is why that business thrives. We've taken our time to tell them the council gate is open for everybody to come, make your inquiries. The treasury section is there. Make your payment in designated accounts. Then you will be receipted by the treasury. They don't do it. They want to stay and then now come to cry to the public at the end of the day that all the touts came in the name of Obiapo to harass them. Maybe at the point when they don't have the money to give those touts. But they prefer patronizing the touts instead of coming to the council to do the right thing. At the end of the day, they complain. It is so disheartening when you see things turn out this way. That is what we are going through. What stops the person who said, I saw this person, okay, come to the council. Did you get these people? Or maybe you get a contact. My contact I've given to virtually everybody. Call me. I don't even sit down. I go out to them. I go out to meet them. If at all, they will still be there by the time I get there. But most of the people who carry on business in the LGA do not help us. That is the problem we have. So even companies are part of this. You give them cash. And the council is saying, don't give anybody cash. Pay to designated bank accounts of the council. They don't want to do it.
Now, most persons would say that as much as we agree with you that some persons, with how you explained it, are conniving because they pay this out. It's a way of conniving and being their accomplice. But then, if you do not pay these people, I've heard someone say, this person works at the council, and saying no to someone like that. We know that the local government is saying we should pay to certain account, right? But I know this person works with that local government and it's coming to me now. What do I do?
Who do you blame? As an enlightened personality like you, How will you do that? Because you know the person.
That the person works for Obiakpo local government and the person is coming
How?
under that
As what? As what? No, as what? You know, you see, that's why I told you earlier. You know, these are make-up beliefs. People just stay and they build it up in order to defend the wrong they have done. You get what I'm saying? For instance, you and I know, I just resumed office about 2 months and some days. The moment I came in, a week after, I dissolved all the committees. Every revenue contract agency, I dissolved. Will anybody say they didn't hear that? But they will tell you, we didn't hear. Because they want to perpetrate evil. That is what it is. And that is what we want the public to know. Because these are the same people that will come to the public to cry against the council. Meanwhile, council has told you, this is the line you have to toe so that you don't have any problems. You don't have any problems. But they do not. They now fall back on one flimsy excuse or the other. We have even known that even some persons, some people in account sections of companies connive with some of these touts too, because they share the money if they bring it out cash. We are aware of all of this. And that is why anytime we have opportunity like this, we'll let the public know that this is what the circumstance is. What is difficult in you taking it upon yourself to come to the council to verify the true source? If you go to countries like US, you go to countries like Britain, people spend their money to make sure what is right is done. Of course, yes. They will tell you, yes, it has happened to me, I'm a victim, but I don't want the next person to become a victim. What do we have in this country? It's not like that. You will not go and do that and you benefit. At the end of the day, when it doesn't benefit you, you will now come and tell the world that Obiakpo local government area is evil. That's not what it should be.
Okay. All right, let me put up the phone lines. I'm sure there are lots of questions you want to ask him personally. If you cannot reach us via the phone line, please, I would really advise that you just send a text message to 0701-933-9962 or no, that's for the phone line. SMS and WhatsApp messages 0701-933-9962. You can call in via the number 0817-0000-951 or 0810-9510-951. Those are the numbers to call in to get through to us here in the studio. This person says, good evening, my sister. Please help me and beg the Tornado governor to come and help us fix our street lights of Rumukurshi Eneka Igruta Road, a road he built since first term in office. Please let him come and help us. He says, thanks. That's coming from Felix at Igruta. Felix, how is Igruta generally? And that brings to mind another question I'll be asking the chairman shortly. This one says, Buchi, please help me ask your guest what program he has done for the physically challenged within Obiakpo local government. Physically challenged within the local government.
Yes, we if the person is following us, as it stands, I have a special assistant that is in charge of the affairs of the physically challenged.
What's the name of this person, please?
He's a lawyer. I remember his name is from Ilelewa. He's a lawyer. I think his name is Hakot Wakohu. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So what's your plan? You've appointed a special assistant. So what's the other plan for the people? What do you plan on working with him on?
We're about releasing if you follow the news, Hope Day Foundation, we are partnering with them. It's an organization of the physically challenged persons headed by Mr. Onyinye of Onyinye Photos. He's from Uzoba, and he was in the council about 3 weeks ago, where he celebrated his organization's, I think, how many years is that? I remember. Then we said we're going to support them with the sum of 1 million naira for a start. And then we did some cash donations too to the persons who saw physically present. And then the what we have asked them to do is to go and work out, give us a list of their membership. For those of them, a lot of them are into trades. They're involved in one trade or the other. We've asked them to make the list available to us. So it is based on that list that we will now know the amount of financial support we will release to them. Then for those of them, yes, the physically challenged. Yeah, if you ask, they will let you know. They will tell you.
I really hope kept it.
Then for some of them that are here to learn a trade and desire to learn a trade, we've also promised to give them support. Let them just bring them to our notice. Then we will do the needful.
Oh, you heard him. Just bring it to his notice. You can pass it through Buchi. Buchi would always get across. Send the message. I can spend the rest of the night at the council just to wait and send your message. Like, I don't mind. I'll sleep for 1 week at the council so he gets your message. Just joking, though. This one says, good evening, Buchi. Coach Weme from Ndele. Buchi, from the beginning of the 1990s, the country has been subjected to epileptic supply of petroleum products, resulting in rampant bribery and corruption at various distribution points of the products. This is despite the fact that the country spent huge amounts of money and resources to establish 4 petroleum refineries with a total installed capacity of 445,000 barrels per day. This is one of the most painful negative impacts of the petroleum industry, as ordinary Nigerians are made to suffer in the midst of plenty. This one says, good evening. Uhowa Road has been cut off from Idoha to the bridge because of the heavy rainfall, and the chairman of the local government area is from Uhowa town in Upata district, Awuda East local government area. I beg the chairman and the government to help us build the road. That's coming from Mr. Clemens Victor from Uhowa. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Recently, I've been to Degema. I also went to Abonima. I went to Ikwere local government, at least most of the communities there. Went to some part of Falga and also went to some part of Emoa just today. And I've always been in Obiakwa local government. And looking at the difference between all of this these places I just made mention of, Obiakwa seems to be the dirtiest of them all. What's the challenge? I don't know if you have noticed it.
Where are you getting your assessment from?
No, East-West Road, NTA Road, from Rumukuta to that Rumola Bridge, right? These are like major roads within the local government.
Yes.
From let's say from that from Choba Market to that side towards Oil Mill, it's dirty.
Dirty.
Last
how?
week I
How
saw
dirty?
it myself, like everywhere littered.
No.
You're shaking your head. It's what I've seen for myself.
No, get it right. Get it right. You know, this borders on narratives. What you are calling dirt is the receptacle where people dump refuse. It's not like you just come, both sides of the road, everywhere is dirty. That is not what you mean. Sorry, I'm also aware of it. Sorry, I'm aware of it. Saying that everywhere is littered, I don't think that's what you see. And that's why I say, let us always give the narrative the perspective it deserves. Whose responsibility is it? People generate refuse. They have the receptacles to drop their refuse. They ask them to bag their refuse. They just go, just get this refuse and then dump on the median. What we are talking about littering is those deaths you see on the median. Yes, they are there.
That spills to the road.
Yes.
And I was going to ask exactly what the local government is planning on doing, if you have plans to relate with Riwama on the receptacles, because they've talked about putting receptacles at different points within communities.
We have the ones existing. You see where we get it wrong. You see where we get it wrong always. And this is where it bothers me. I was the special advisor on environmental sanitation before I was reappointed special advisor on public procurement. And we carried our studies. We are not doing well, especially in our media houses, to educate our people. Everything we think is government. Back in the day when I was growing up in our community, I told somebody who came to my house some weeks back, I said, see where I live, it used to be our stream road. In every 2 weeks, they will hit the town crier. If you are from the ages of 12 up, you must come out on that Saturday morning with your cutlass and your hoe. We'll keep our pathways clean. We do it as a people. Now everybody even desires that government should come into your bedroom and sweep your house for you. If you are talking about Obiakpo now, don't see it to be an issue of maybe Riwama closing its eyes, or maybe the local government not doing what they're supposed to do. Do you know the population concentration in Obiakpo and the volume of refuse generated even from the markets alone?
Which is why most persons
listen, that is what you need to appreciate. You know, when you present it to make it look as if this is what people are supposed to do, they're reckless with it. To me, it doesn't go down well with me. We'll get it right. The right narrative should be given. Yes, the pressure on the side of Riwama that is by law saddled with the responsibility to evacuate waste. What of the waste generators? Those that generate waste. How do they dispose of it? Because tomorrow now, if we set up a task force to start apprehending people who dispose their refuse in wrong places, they will still come here. You'll be the same person to say, hey, Obiakpo set up task force. They are holding people anyhow. They are infringing on their fundamental rights. You will do the same thing.
Well, you see.
So there has to be a balance in all of this. Why we educate our people on how to behave. Now look at it now. Are you not sorry? Let me finish. Just hold on. You are aware that people dump refuse in canals and gutters. People do that. These are right-thinking people. You now go and you block. At the end of the day, if the flood cannot find its way, of course, water will always find its course, and it moves up. Government is insensitive. But you've not taken it upon yourself to also identify what the problem is and educate the public to say, to this extent, this attitude is wrong.
Well, I would say I feel attacked right now because I'm sure you're not a regular listener to Area Talk, and that's why you're saying most of what you're saying. I'm asking you certain questions, and most of these questions because I should ask you these questions on one hand, and you attacking me of not sensitizing
I'm not attacking you.
Yesterday here, and some days back, last week Thursday and Wednesday when it poured heavily, right, for 2 days straight up. I kept on talking about people cleaning their drainages because government cannot do everything for them. Now we address all of these angles that you are attacking us for.
I'm also adding voice to what of course I'm talking to the public, not you, of course.
Well, it felt like an attack because you attacked the media and saying the media do not sensitize the people on some of these things.
Enough. I did not say. I say enough. Enough. Yes.
Okay. Let me just let's just let it be. So what are you guys doing to assist Riwama if there's any way they need assistance?
If you're aware about a week ago we set up we inaugurated the sanitation committee. We have the intention of establishing what we call sanitation marshals.
Okay.
Yes. We're in the process of recruiting them. It's like a volunteer thing, but we'll pay them some stipends at least for them to make up with. We have people that have started applying already. Then their responsibility will be to make sure that, of course, the beautiful flyovers His Excellency has bestowed my LGA with, that they are kept clean.
Okay.
And then the major bus stops, because we noticed that in the morning period, the rush hours, you see people that drink water, pure water, people that eat gala, they just eat, they drop whatever they have, they drop. Before the noon time, you see everywhere littered. So they are the ones that will take care of these places as it is, will manage it. And then, like I told them on the day of inauguration, we are going to reach out to Riwama to see to what extent we can partner with them.
Okay.
Because they are the ones that receive the funds, not us.
Okay.
They receive the funding for keeping the city clean. So we need to partner with them. To see to what extent we can also play our own role within our own area to
just
keep
to make it
the
clear,
city
the
clean.
marshals that will be employed will be paid by the local government and not by the people. People would not have to pay any certain amount of money. The local government will settle their whatever it is. I know you said it's volunteer, but you give them some stipends, and it will come from the local government.
Definitely.
Not from the people. Okay, just to clarify that one. This one says, Buchi, good evening. The chairman in your studio is not fair to the Okay, see what I was talking about. The chairman in your studio is not fair to the non-indigene. Only 10 persons out of 200. But during elections, they are expected to vote 100%. Please beg the chairman to increase the number. Please. We are begging you to increase the number. You see, I asked the question the people I know they want to ask you.
But what I want to tell them, have they gotten this kind of leverage before? If the answer is no, somebody has started from somewhere. At least let the world know that yes, so it wasn't like that before. It's not been happening like that before. Somebody has started something from somewhere.
All right.
Even where most of the states where they come from, how many non-indigens benefit from what they do there? Let's not go to that extent. But what I'm saying is that it was not there before. We have started something somewhere. You get what I'm saying?
And hopefully,
but at least we should be encouraged. We should be encouraged, not by way of, wanting to run down or attack. To now say, see, you have done well here. You have started well.
All right.
But please, we want more.
All right, then.
It's a better tone than not telling me that I'm not being fair. Was it there before?
This one says, you said people disguising as revenue agents are from neighboring states. Can you prove it, sir?
Yes, I've stated it here. We caught them, we arrested them, the police arrested them and took them to court.
Okay, so
their names are there.
Doesn't even need to prove it. He's saying it is a local government chairman, and if you have any proof otherwise, you bring it and challenge it. This one says, Chairman, I want to thank you for stopping tout in Obiakpo. For the first time in the history of River State, we drivers now operate without fear. But sir, ever since these boys were chased away from our council, they went to other local government like MO1, Buri, LMA Road. Please tell your colleague to do likewise. Keep it up, sir. I love you. Chris Rumobiakani sends that one in. And this is, they're appreciating you now. This says, good evening, Buchi, and your guest in the studio. Buchi, it appears that the local government council chairman has good vision and well-articulated plans for the people of Obiakpo. I think he deserves applause and support from well-meaning people of this local government area, and that's coming from Pastor Sunday in Rumibo. Thank you, Pastor Sunday. He does have good plans. This says, good evening, presenter. Governor Wike Rumewa Rice Farm that having capacity, Rumewa Rice Farm, if that's what you're saying, that has the capacity to employ over 2,000 people. You decided to pay lip service in the development of agriculture in River State. That's coming from George O. George. Well, George, I told you the other time, I spoke with the Commissioner of Education, and they said they are, in talks with the people of that community, Rumewa community, regards the rice farm in that community. Now, why we haven't heard anything, I cannot say. But hopefully, we plan to see something.
Just to say something along that line, you see why I get so uncomfortable with people I regard as armchair critics. The cassava processing plant, is it not agro-based?
Come on.
For one to say you pay lip service, no, let's correct. I will have to correct it because I'm from this state. You get what I'm saying? To the point of saying that His Excellency is paying lip service to agric. That is the point.
Now,
that is the offending point.
If you compare lots of things that the River State government is supposed to have, like most persons would expect you put in place for agriculture, like loans for people to start up for their agricultural issues, for providing seedlings, providing funds, and let's talk about other things that were put in place by the previous administration. I know you'd not you'd want to counter some of them, but let's be particular about the rice farm. Now, what would be so wrong for the River State government to have started work on this rice farm since his first tenure? What would go wrong if that had happened in MOA local government?
What will go wrong?
Yeah.
No, you see, no. You are diverting the gist, please. You know, I talk like a lawyer. You are diverting the gist. You understand? That's why I said we run people down. We have good people with good intentions as politicians. All we need to do is to encourage them so that this country will be in for good. You get what I'm saying? What caught my attention in this gist is this issue of paying lip service to agric. Do you know how many billions the state government has spent in the cassava processing plant? Do you know the bandwagon effect economically is going to? Okay, now they have, if you go to Ministry of Agric, they will tell you. They encourage farmers to go and farm cassava because the product they will use it to feed the processing plant.
Cassava the only thing within River State?
Please, we are doing something. We have started from somewhere. One government cannot finish it at a time. We have started from somewhere. He has started from somewhere, and we need to encourage that. Let us look at the economic value it has added to the life of Rivers people. Must he do everything at the same time?
He cannot do
that somebody
everything.
will say he's paying lip service to agric. That is a wrong comment and a wrong statement.
All right, if that's how you feel about it, that's your
that's
opinion.
how I feel.
But most persons would ask that how long has the River State government been in position of governorship position, and the cassava plant is just this year. For how many years has it been in power?
Is the agricultural sector the only sector in terms of governance?
The same
have you asked yourself? You have the education sector, you have the health sector, you have the security sector. It is not just one sector, for Christ's sake. Understand how government is run. If you understand it, you will get it better.
Is flyover the only priority of people within River State?
Of course, when you listen. For those of you who do not understand, that's why I say I don't join issues with armchair critics. Because if you look at what they want to state, and then you compare it to the achievement derivable from what has been put in place, it doesn't sum up.
All right, then.
It doesn't sum up. Do you know the importance of man-hour to businesses and companies that operate in a city? Do you know that good road is an attribute to it? And somebody will just come and say, you are not. When I came in here, you are telling somebody about hold up at a place somewhere there.
Remote.
Yes. Assuming you were running down here to take this program at that particular point in time. And everywhere is jam-packed because there's no alternative route for you to follow. How will you feel?
And that's
you lose it here.
That's how someone else would call in and say, we haven't eaten because we cannot.
For you to eat, you have to go and walk.
And you have to apply the
You have to go and walk. You have to go and walk. That's what will give you food.
Let's quickly take some other messages. This one says, your guest is really a round peg in a round hole and a GSS Ishopu product voted to replicate Governor Wike's leadership style. He should keep it up. That's coming from Deacon Enyi Princewell. This says, okay. Said not to be read. Said I shouldn't read it, so I won't read it. It's for my consumption. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
This says, but Jimmy, I don't understand why the governor should be working flyover at GRA and water lines and refuse to work on our roads and drainages. That won't even cost the government much. My community is called Oromerezimbo in Rebisi Kingdom. The only thing we've achieved in the 6 years of this government is the new town hall being built by Solomon Wami, who represents my constituency in the House of Assembly. Please, Governor Wike should help us with this little thing. I beg of him. Chimenem sent that one in. Chimenem Nyeche. He also said, so Buchi, you did all these visits and you did not come to Ward 1. Don't worry now. I've not even gisted you of all the visits. You're already complaining I didn't come to Ward 1. I'll get there very soon. This says, good evening, which is still on phase 2 of the abandoned Okarki-Udoda road that is begging for attention. Mr. Governor should please remember Ngeni Kingdom as the perennial flooding is threatening us. Again, that's coming from Comrade Matthew O. Samuel from Ikodi, Ngeni in Awelga. And this says, Buchi Ewao talked about the silting of NTA Mboba road drainages, and this has been done, but the sweepers are filling again with sand. Again, let the contractors provide rainwares for the sweepers. That's coming from Kano. People sweeping the NTA Mboba road. Buchi, the truth remains that no APC supporter in River State will ever see anything good in Governor Wike's administration. That's coming from Roland. Well, Roland, we cannot all have, support one person. So if Governor Wike said it himself, he said it's based on perspective and based on the fence you're sitting on. Now, trust me, not everybody will sit on the same fence with him. Some others will sit on a fence with someone else. And it's always good to have someone on the other side so they can call out certain things that you might not see you're doing wrong. Criticism is actually good. Constructive criticism is actually very important.
That's it. That's the correction I wanted to put in place. Constructive criticism.
All right. So this one says, Chairman, the way you're sounding appears you have the people in mind to serve them better. But one I'm suggesting is that you hate criticism. But accept criticism, constructive or not. Oma from Port Harcourt sends down. Oma says you don't like criticism. Please accept constructive, whether it's constructive or not, accept it. This person says, Buchi, the chairman hasn't answered the question on Obiakpo local government on being very dirty. Please let the chairman know the truth. His local government is very dirty. Let him go keep it clean. I will not take the end of your message because
take it. I think you say I don't accept criticism, but let the person know. No, go and check what it is, whose responsibility it is to keep the city clean.
All right.
Let the person go and find out, and then he or she will direct her comments right.
Chriso, why are you people with sweet mouths in your studio? Okay, I think you have sweet mouths. Would you please tell your fellow non-indigent that they sell vegetable and leave the routing one out? Okay, I really do not understand what you said, but you can send another message. I would love to. The River State government recently passed the bill of cattle rearing, open grazing for the state, right? It's a ban, but they talked about sensitizing. Yeah, they talked about sensitizing the people, and most persons have called on my program to complain. I'm sure most persons have also seen cattle headers still going about their past everyday life without being apprehended. I used to tell the people on the program that as much as the bill has been passed, there should be a time frame to sensitize the herders and community people on how to handle issues, and then to get people at designated places. Is there anything in particular Obiakpo is doing to assist the River State government on sensitizing cattle rearers, the people, and also trying to, execute this law?
Well, the execution of the law, whose responsibility it is. Even as a citizen, you have every right to even arrest a criminal. You have that right as a citizen. When you see the person committing that offense before you, that is what it is. Yeah, we are reaching out. We are collaborating for them to understand the importance of this law and the need to obey every law, from the Constitution to the acts of the National Assembly to the laws of states and to the bylaws of local government.
How long do you think it will take for us to stop seeing cattle rearers around?
I'm not a prophet.
Not because
but the government has done what it's supposed to do. The government has done what it's supposed to do. For me, as it stands now within my LGA, as an individual, as a law-abiding citizen, if I see them anywhere, I will report to the police for them to be apprehended.
All right, then. Let us still some minutes. So, 95.1 FM, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome. Go ahead quickly.
Yes, Onu Samuel.
Go ahead, Samuel.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We voted you to present Obia people.
Yes, sir.
So if we are asking you questions, shouldn't be, with due respect, be arrogant to us. At least you come to respond and listen to your people's pain and not with anger. That is my humble advice.
Okay. All right. He feels you replied to some of our questions in a very upset
He has
manner.
not. He doesn't know my person. I have a very loud voice, and as a lawyer, that is how I present myself. When I want to make my points, or when I want to emphasize my facts, I lay emphasis. It's not anger. Angry with who? Do I even know the people who are sending the text messages? I don't know them. But that is my mien. I stress my facts and I make them straight. That is what it is.
All right, then. Go ahead quickly, please.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Thank you. Chairman Mega.
Ebado.
Thank you. That Chief Timoboma, calling from Obogoro.
Mega.
Thank you. You see what our chairman said about impersonation and fine of about task force. Very, very true. He's right. But I'm just wondering who recruits those boys, who recruits them to work.
All right, then. Obviously, it's not the council, right?
No.
Okay. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Let me make one point clear in line with that, because when we arrested them, especially the ones at close to the council headquarters, they brandished a document, a paper of authority, which they said they got from a National Union of Road Transport Workers. It has nothing to do with the council.
Okay, so unfortunately, we have to wrap up the program now. We're supposed to have conversations of us back within Obiakpo, that's security issues. But I don't know if you would find time to come back on the program to talk with your people regards security.
If you pay my transport.
That is not a problem.
Okay.
That is not a problem at all. So hopefully we'll also get to speak with the chairman. Time would not permit us to do all of that. Thank you so much for being a part of the program. Do all to keep calling and sharing your thoughts and situation reports with us on Area Talk. My name is Buchi Rafwa, and we have been speaking with the local government chairman of Obia. Well, thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thanks so much for having me.
Anything you want to say to your people? Final words.
Well, let them continue to be peaceful. Let them continue to be law-abiding. We've just started, but the best is yet to come. And let them continue to support the policies and programs of His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State. He's doing well for us. Thank you.
So Mr. George Arolio, local government chairman of Obiakpo, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
My name is Buchirafa. I'll leave you in the hands of Gloria Kati. Just stay with us. Unraveling comes up next.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say unraveling.
Unraveling.
Oh, no. Give it some energy.
Unraveling.
Oh my gosh. So make it kind of sexy.
Unraveling.
Is that what your sexy sounds like? Okay, give me a hungry unraveling.
Unraveling!
Okay, you unraveling sounds so weird.
The Unraveling.
This is Unraveling,
A program which is specially fashioned.
We get to unravel the world, highlighting their lifestyle, challenges, background, experiences, and opportunities, and how their environment and daily happenings in society affects them positively and negatively. Join us every week, Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. as we unravel together.
The Unraveling, only on Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say unraveling.
Unraveling.
Oh, no. Give it some energy.
Unraveling.
Oh my gosh. So make it kind of sexy.
Unraveling.
Is that what your sexy sounds like? Okay, give me a hungry unraveling.
Unraveling!
Okay, your unraveling sounds so weird.
The Unraveling.
This is Unraveling,
A program which is specially fashioned.
We get to unravel the world, highlighting their lifestyle, challenges, background, experiences, and opportunities, and how their environment and daily happenings in society affects them positively and negatively. Join us every week, Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. as we unravel together.
The Unraveling, only on Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Bon wine, none so long. She just scatter my head. I know go fit to forget. Ayaya, your child, what she just scatter my head. I know go fit to forget. My lady, I don't fall in love with you. My sweetie, you and I forever.
Alright then, 8 minutes gone past 8. Good evening and welcome. It is the Unraveling, live here on your premium talk news and sport station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Gloria Kati, and I am, and I hope that I am. Anyway, that's just on a light note. I don't know, I think the word is playful tonight, but I'm just gonna be on a serious mood right now so I can have a serious conversation with you. Okay, so I remain your favorite queen on radio. I will be here till the top of the hour 9 before opinion poll comes your way. It's Terrific Tuesday on the Unraveling tonight, and we will be unraveling something terrific, having you, throw out your opinions and thoughts on this conversation, throughout your role as to what you think, okay? And probably what you're gonna do, and getting to unravel your side of the story, how it happened to you, because it's something that virtually everybody got to experience. I mean, everybody got to experience, but not everyone was affected by it. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a great conversation tonight, because this is one topic that we tend to see in the country every year, okay? It comes, it goes, it comes, it goes, it comes. When it's that season, we see the floods, we see the rainfalls, okay? And then we haven't gotten to that point where we have a good enough measure to curb and mitigate, all right, or combat the issue of flooding in the country. Yeah, flooding, I've just let it out already, okay? I want to talk about something that is related to flooding, something that is actually flooding, okay? And it's Terrific Tuesday, and so what we do on Terrific Tuesday is basically discuss terrific events, catastrophic events in the history of the world, Nigeria, okay? As much as we can, and have you through your weight on these issues, okay? Narrowing them down, or, juxtaposing them to the recent times, okay? How they've impacted the world, how they impacted you and I, okay? And society at large, all right? And so, And that's what we're going to be doing on the program tonight. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back shortly to unwrap what we will be discussing proper tonight. It's going to be a great conversation, and I'd like you to be a part of this conversation tonight, because it's when you talk, I talk, you talk, I talk. That's how we have a great conversation, a great program. 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 0951. That is 0817 0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Just in case you cannot get through to me through the phone lines, simply do a call or WhatsApp message to 0701 933-9962. That is 0701 933-9962. By the way, the lady Vivian, I don't know, it really skipped my mind, but it's as though each time I left the studio, I remember, and oh my gosh, I feel really burdened. Okay, I asked you to come around, to come to the studio on Thursday. That was last week Thursday, as well as the people who wanted to help her. Okay, who showed interest and volunteered to be of help to this lady. But that Thursday, I didn't see anybody. You didn't show up. Why is that? But that's just by the way. I'm pretty sure we'll have that sorted out. But wherever you are, Vivian, I hope that you can hear me, and I hope that you're doing really fine. I really wish you're doing fine, and hope you're doing fine right now. But whatever be the case, I will definitely reach out to you. I wish you really came around on Thursday. We would have probably had this sorted out already. Okay, I'll be right back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
My lady, I don't fall in love. Don't fall in love.
All right then. So talking about flooding is is more or less the most common disaster in Nigeria. If you agree with me, the majority of Nigeria's states are increasingly suffering from annual flooding. Okay, and during the rainy seasons, this is usually caused by increased precipitation linked to climate change. And unlike some natural disasters, rainfall flooding rather, can be controlled with proper planning and provision of necessary infrastructure. Unlike other natural disasters, these can be controlled, these can be mitigated, this can be curbed, okay, or combated with proper planning. But how much of this planning do we have in the country? How much of this planning has the government, put in place? How much of this? There are speculations, okay, from NIMET that there are going to be floods, all right, this year, especially at the federal capital, in the federal capital territory, all right. And now, what plans are being laid on ground? What plans are being put in place to see that we do not have so much effect of floods on the people? Nigeria's flooding is mainly human-induced, with current poor urban planning practice and non-existent environmental infrastructure contributing to exacerbating the issue. We already have poor environmental infrastructure. We already have poor urban planning practices, and yet again, we contribute to this. You see how first of all, the most common that we do is dumping refuse, in our drainage systems. You barely go to any, state or environment in Nigeria. Let's start with River State. You barely go anywhere, in fact, in the country at large, that you don't find people dumping refuse in the drainage systems. And why do we keep doing this? Now, this one is a self-induced one. If we cannot help ourselves, and then, okay, we decide to rely on the government, then where do we fall into? Where do we stand? Now, the focus of this conversation tonight is basically on the 2012 floods that swept a whole lot of people, got them displaced, okay, and killed a good number of persons in the country. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on this issue, your side of the story, how those 2012 floods affected you, okay, how you were able to scale through, how difficult it made you, the effect of this flood, basically, directly or indirectly, on you or the people around you, okay? how you had to live your life, how you had to, oh my gosh, that was a very, very terrific experience, if I would say. Now, it got to a point where, you remember how that one of the roads, somewhere in Delta got caught by the channel, okay? The speed at which the water was flowing. And at the instance of that breakage of that particular road, a lot of people lost their lives. And there was also a time where I feel like I was there, but I wasn't really there. There was a time where the road was being chopped little by little, okay, by the force of the flow of the water, all right? And then it became very tiny for people to cross. If it was, I really don't know exactly how it happened, okay? But then people who, at the process of crossing that road, it was like a bridge, but not necessarily a bridge. If you had an experience like this, I'd like to share it on the show tonight, okay? And in the process of crossing that bridge, they will be swept off by the flow of the water, by the speed at which it comes. And if you don't know how to swim, you're dead. And sometimes, even if you know how to swim, because of the force of the water, you just go, and sometimes the way you land. So we've had scores of reports on how people lost their lives, okay, as a result of that disastrous flood in 2012. And then there's speculations that there are going to be more floods or floods again in 2021. We're already in the rainy season, all right, and we've already started seeing some parts of the country flooded and River State. Amazing how some major roads in River State get flooded each time it rains. I still think about that. But let's just go on and we'll land at the conversation tonight, okay? The bone of contention where I'll bring you in. The absence of a national flood risk management strategy or comprehensive flood risk maps, for example, are indicators of the lack of attention paid to Nigeria's flooding problems. This suggests designing and implementing adequate FRM strategies comprising proper spatial planning and infrastructure, which would actually help in controlling the floods which adversely impact Nigeria's sustainable development. But yet again, we would not see this from the government. Look at the government response during the 2012, floods. What was the case? Is it that they didn't know? There are no speculations, okay, that that flood was actually going to be such floods. But how was it handled? Why do we always lack proactiveness from the end of the government? It's always at the instant they want to start thinking of ways to, combating the issues at hand. The impact of flood on the Nigerian population over the years have been enormous. This is because the attendant associated risks such as destruction of lives and properties, livelihood displacement, and impoverishment of victims arising from increasing flood cases have constituted a threat to the citizens. To the citizen's survival, okay, and therefore inform the attention that the menace has drawn among scholars, policy analysts, and whatnot. But then, what has been the impact of government responses over the plight of victims of flooding in Nigeria over the years? What has been the effect of the response of the government? How effective has it been? The 2012 Nigeria floods began in the early July 2012, all right, which killed over 363 people and displaced over 2 million people as of 5th of November 2012. According to the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, 30 of Nigeria's 36 states were affected by the floods. The floods were termed as the worst in 40 years and affected an estimated total of 7 million people. The estimated damages and losses caused by the floods were 2.6 trillion naira. The estimated damages and losses caused by the floods were 2.6 trillion naira. The 2012 flood, the very disastrous flood that happened just or about 40 years ago, Now, I got people talking about, that flood, sharing the experience of how they, had witnessed such floods about 40, as in 2012. Okay, that was about 41 years ago. Okay, since the last flood of that, level was experienced in the country. And some are already given up. Because they couldn't see a way out of that situation. They couldn't see a way out. I mean, getting to live. Some people had to live with wild animals in their houses. You wake up the next morning and you have to deal with snakes in your house. Some people went as far as living in the roof, or in the ceiling rather. Well, good for us. For some of us who didn't have, so much of that disastrous experience or effect of the flood on us, okay? I lived I was in, my village. Somebody would laugh at me for always saying village. But then, that was my village, okay? I was there during the 2012 floods, and our house was like the last place in the village, okay? The last compound in the village to get flooded, all right? That time, that moment where... And the flood started like a joke, really. You're laughing at other people. You're laughing at other communities. And then you sleep and wake up and your house is soaked. Your bed is drenched. You wake up and you're floating on water, or you're sinking, or whatnot. Okay? And so we had to start moving out things. We had to start... The flood didn't really affect us then. But then... my dad has sent me out. Okay, you can't be here, experience this flood and all of that. So I had to leave my hometown, and then I moved to Yenagoa, where I got to really, really see the floods. Well, I don't do well with water. Actually, I don't do well with anything that's high. So crossing the bridge, the what we call Monkey Bridge, was something else for me. I mean, that experience alone was enough trauma for me in 2012, because I had never had an experience to do with water before. I didn't know how to swim. Where am I going to start from? Okay. And that was probably the reason why my dad had to send me quite early to stay with my brother, so I can, I just left Lagos at that time. Okay. So I was still quite new, but that's just by the way, just trying to explain, a little in detail how the 2012 flood really, really affected people. For those who didn't lose their lives, they lost properties, they lost valuables, they lost loved ones. They lived in disaster, as it were. People going to live with other people going to, scot with people. Oh my gosh. I'd really like you to share your experiences from the 2012 flood. If you were a victim, the flooding occurred due to a combination of two events. The first being a very heavy rainfall locally, and the second event, which we all know, is the release of excess water from the Lagdo Dam, which is in the neighboring country of Cameroon. And everybody was like, why would they release the dam like that? Why would they do it that way when they don't have other measures put in place, okay, to mitigate the flood and putting the lives of people in danger and whatnot? The flooding is a recurrent phenomenon in the low-lying and flood-prone areas, especially in Benue and surrounding states. Now, in its sixth year, the threat that the 2012 flood disaster, along with the subsequent flood disasters that accompanied it, posed on the livelihood of the victims in relation to the protracted impoverishment and displacement that these victims suffered while awaiting the government and private-led humanitarian groups on relief materials, have been the subject of debate amongst scholars, policy analysts, and climate change mitigation and adaptation experts. So this is a very serious issue. As rightly noted, okay, by Ndu Jihe in 2018, flood disasters which followed the devastating 2012 event have the usual trend of submerging houses, deaths of people, population displacement, washing away of farmlands, and destruction of people's sources of livelihood, which have implications on the growing incidence of impoverishment among affected Nigerian population. You know how much we had to buy Sept water during that 2012 flood? Hey, Jesus Christ. In fact, at some point, there was nothing coming into the south because the roads were destroyed. So there was nothing coming in. Our food could barely come in. And so the hike of prices of these, food produce was something else. At some point, we were buying a bag of Sept water. How much again? Was it 300 or 500 naira? I can't really remember the figure, but that was freaking way expensive. And other food also. For some people to feed was even a problem. I mean, people who could barely afford 2 square meal a day. Now, imagine that kind of condition. While some people didn't really feel the effect of the flood that much, a lot of people, their only prayer could be, God, let this just come and go. In fact, some people were even wishing they would just die along with that flood because they couldn't see a way out. They really couldn't see a way out. Now, here's the question that I'm asking. All right? But first, in Nigeria, different factors have been deduced which account for the incessant cases of flood disaster in the country, especially in states declared as a flashpoint for flood disasters. First of all, climate change, which causes global warming, has been singled out as the basic factor that accounts for the increase in cases of flood disaster, which has been shown to contribute to more extreme storms and rainfall. Another factor contributing to flooding in the country is that of the increasing rapid urban growth and poor drainage and culvert system planning, which has led to increased flooding in the country. So where do we begin? This is 2021. Hopefully, I say again, hopefully we won't see as much floods as, we saw. In fact, in 2018, Bayelsa also had a little touch of floods that year. Yeah, some persons got displaced. 2018 also has a record of Bayelsans, people living in Bayelsa having an experience or a fair share of flood in that particular year. Now, here's the question. If Nigeria is hit again by such flood, by the 2012 floods, if Nigeria is hit again in no distant time from now, if Nigeria is hit again by such flood, the 2012 flood, how many people will be displaced this time? Remember, statistics said or shows that in the 2012, of course, these statistics, we can't always ascertain it, but then it won't be far from the truth. It won't be far from reality, right? So, if the 2012 flood got over 2 million people displaced and killed over 363 people, how many more persons are going to be displaced if such flood hits Nigeria again in no distant time? Do you think we've gotten to that point enough where we can combat this issue of flooding in the country? Do you think that if such flood hits the country again, we won't have as much persons displaced as that of the 2012? Or do you think that we're actually going to have more persons displaced than that of 2012? Or do you think the effect won't be as much again? We won't have much persons displaced because maybe we've learned our lessons, or we've learned how to, be proactive towards flooding issues. So being proactive, then what is the way out? And then the second question I'd like you to say, this is not, okay, it's a question, yeah. From your experience, I'd like you to share with us how the 2012 flood affected you, either directly or indirectly. How did that flood affect you, and how did you scale through? But just before I bring you in, just before I open the phone lines, okay, I'm just going to play briefly what somebody has to say here, and then we'll continue from there. I'll come back to take your calls. The numbers again are 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951. That is 0817 0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Or you can do a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962.
The 2012 flood was a very bad experience.
All right, then. I think I have to set something straight here. Okay. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'm trying to play what someone has to say here. Okay. But I think that got interfered with the music. All right, then.
The 2012 flood was a very bad experience. And I really want to make myself believe that the government have been able to create measures that would combat such incident if it ever happens again. But one thing that we've come to believe, or we've come to note in the society we live in, is they're only active when something has happened. That's when you see things, happening, things being done. And on that note, I really doubt if any measure has been put up to actually combat those things. I mean, drainages are still blocked, and there are very poor house plans across the city, and all of that. But if it ever happens again, I still do believe. I believe that the number of persons displaced and killed, it could still get up to those numbers if changes are not made. Could still get up to those numbers. I wasn't affected personally by the flood because I stay in an estate where we have good drainage systems and all of that. But persons across Port Harcourt, across the states, were badly affected, especially those in the rural communities. I hope and pray that our government put up measures that would combat such issues to save lives and properties, especially.
All right, then. So that's from a young man airing his views and thoughts, or judgment, if I would say, concerning this issue. If such flood, that 2012 flood, was to hit Nigeria again, or hits Nigeria again, do you think that the displaced persons, the affected persons, by the flood, won't be as much as the speculated or the reported 2 million people, over 2 million people as of 2012? Or do you think that it won't be as much as that? And if you're affected by the flood, tell us how it affected you and how you were able to scale through that flood. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, madam.
Yes, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Evangelist here.
Evangelist, where are you calling from?
Yeah. Now, let me say this. The Bible said, when the wicked are in power, the people are men. And I begin to wonder, because even that Nigerian leaders, both governors and presidents, they are all people, evil people. Now, when it comes to issues that concern them, because Oyibo is giving them more money and palliative, and they are even collecting from us in the name of coronavirus. That only them know how it exists. But now, follow this is killing people. They look the other way. It's a high time that so-called leaders, rulers, they are not even rulers, that they should repent and listen to the cry of the masses. Because even if in this world we cannot do anything, some days you will stand before God and give account of your stewardship. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Onu Samuel. Calling from Port Harcourt.
Onu Samuel, good to have you.
Thank you very much. Now, Miss Gloria, have you witnessed the kind of drainages Julius Berger is constructing? Have you observed it? You will come to understand that there was no proper planning or supervision based on their construction. No proper follow-up, because when I passed through and witnessed the kind of drainage Julius Berger is constructing, I asked myself, can this very thing they are constructing accommodate full volume of water without causing floods? I mean, when government wants to embark into something, they shouldn't do things as if they are doing the masses favor. When you're constructing, you construct a very fantastic and something that is going to work fine when the purpose which you're creating it for comes. But now we see we just do roads and we are happy that we are doing roads. That is nothing. No government is doing it favor.
Mr. Onu, were you affected by the 2012 flood?
Yes, of course. Where I live, if you come towards Stadium Road, you confirm that there are a lot of floods. You understand? And one thing about government, they see that doing projects and investing money is the best. No proper maintenance. Proper maintenance and follow-up is not working. They should set up agencies and employees. Government always scared of, especially River State government, they are scared of employing people. All they are own is to make money and gain. They should employ people that will monitor those things, clean those things in daily basis. That is money.
So with what you're saying now, if Nigeria is hit by such flood again, do you think that we will have more persons displaced compared to the 2012 flood?
Gloria, I can never call Nigeria. I have to call my state. And as a press woman that you are, don't be scared them to say, start from River State, this is where I base. I can't see things that I don't see, but I say things, I criticize things because I am paid based on the experiences we are facing.
All right.
Don't face it, my sister. Don't be scared. Talk about River State and let's carry it on.
All right,
look at it now. The APG chieftain with others, they were stuck in their houses. Something has never happened. What could it? Wrong construction without appropriate supervision. I mean, what are we doing? Is to make money and bribe people, and you don't care, you don't do them, and we have done it for them. Are you through? Back and go. And we should suffer without appropriate supervision and plan. That is rubbish.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ernie. Thank you so much. All right, I lost that one. Kept the corpse coming. I mean, I look at farmers to start with. They could barely go to the farms. Like, you literally have people crying, saw people crying. We had people crying. First of all, with the fact that the farms were destroyed, they didn't have food to eat. And that's the... If as a person, as a nation, we don't have the basic necessities of life, we cannot meet up to it, then how successful are we? Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
What's your name and where are you calling from? Hello?
I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
What's your name?
My name is George.
All right, then.
The 2019, the 2012 flood was a disaster, and the government did not do, like they didn't do much to curb it. And then in 2019, there was much flooded areas in River State that actually affected me and affected so many other persons. We made all the whole noise that citizens could make. Talk to the local government, chairman of a local government, thing happened. We wrote to NEMA, they came with their cameras snapped everywhere. Like we are talking, we have not seen them anywhere. Now, let's come to the fact. Our leaders are trying in their own way.
Oh my gosh, I lost you there. Please call me back if you can, all right? You can simply do a text or WhatsApp message just in case you cannot reach me via the phone lines. Do a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. The phone lines again are 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951. That is 0817 0951 or 0810 951 0951. The 2012 flood that got over 2 million people displaced and killed over 363 people or 383 people. If Nigeria is hit by such flood again, or if River State is hit by such flood, do you think that we won't have, we have what it takes to mitigate such, to combat it? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
What's your name?
Yeah, Reginald, from Sept.
Reginald?
Yeah.
All right then, let's hear you.
The 20 years flood, actually, I didn't experience in my area.
Reginald, can you speak up more loudly, please?
I say, 20 years flood disaster. I did here within my area, but I know that I watch it in the media and in the television. I had people from Ahoda who this blood was actually hit very hard. But the unfortunate thing is that we have not learned our lesson. We as an individual have not learned lesson. The government has not also learned lesson. All these things today, what has been done, both the federal government, the local government, and the state government, nothing has been done. So if such flood should repeat itself, should repeat again, we tell you that a disaster will happen, more life will be taken, up to the damage. Unfortunately, the state, especially one of the state government is to protect us and government. But all we are hearing is that federal government cannot be everywhere. I need to hear that federal government release what we call a political fund. And the political fund is supposed to be to help in tackling some of these issues. What are the states doing? Is there anything? Is the state government also have declare an emergency issue of flooding and on drainage? Almost every street is being covered. Communities are not ready to evacuate rescues in the drainage. Governments are not ready to even construct canals that will help in taking this issue of look at the rain that fell about 2 days ago. Look at part of the Patakot using the transformer, the DRA, so-called DRA. Look at how that is. The cities in such places in the Patakot didn't touch the level of disaster. Talk about the rural areas that we are almost crying on daily basis. So it's quite unfortunate that we have found ourselves this night. I don't know what to do, but all I will only say that God should not please allow the people to suffer. So that the people will not suffer issue of flooding again. Up to the level of that 20 years.
All right then. All right, thank you very much. Thank you so very much. How did the 2012 flood affect you, okay? And how did you scale through, all right? When you were one of the persons that the government came to, the aid, or how exactly did you scale through? And if the country, okay, gets hit by such floods again, do you think that we are going to have more persons displaced compared to the 2012 flood, or do you think that the government will be more proactive this time? Okay, I mean, we still lack, a national flood risk management strategy in the country. Okay, even in the state. So where do we stand, all right? Where exactly do we stand? Share with us your experience from the 2012 flood and what you think if such flood hits Nigeria again, okay? I mean, looking at the rainy seasons and how the floods are coming, okay? Or just even with these little floods. And some persons are already getting displaced from the houses, from the homes. What do we stand if we get hit by such heavy floods, just as the one of the 2012? How can we? How much strength do we have, to combat it? Do you think that, we wouldn't have much? We wouldn't have so much effect from or impact from, the floods? Like, look at the same thing the other caller mentioned. I usually think about this when I see our drainage systems. I mean, look at the gutters. How deep? How much water can it, absorb? Can flow in it? Just with little rains, and then it's already covered. Already covered. Look at the effect that flooding comes with. The loss of food items. You cannot even stock food anymore because your house is flooded. And the little you've tried to stock gets spoiled, gets damaged by the floods. So how safe are we if we get to be hit by, such massive floods again in the country? 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951. That is 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951, or you can do a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Do you ever think that we've actually learned from the 2012 flood? Do you think that we are ready to even combat this flooding issue in the country, starting particularly in River State? And sometimes I wonder, Nigerians, do we learn from the certain things that hit us? And the government hasn't shown itself to be, proactive in tackling the issues that, ravages Nigerians, the Nigerian society, the Nigerian economy, and whatnot. They'd have to wait until it gets to the time before they want to start doing things. And at that time, things have already gone haywire. And little or nothing can be done. And if anything can be done at all, the effect won't even be as much as it would be if proactive measures were actually put in place. Now, the FEMA flood predictions have urged Abuja residents to be on alert. The FCT Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, has urged Abuja residents to stay alert to the predictions issued by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, and the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency, NIHSA. The Director General of the agency, Alhaji Abbas Idris, gave the advice at the 2021 Annual Flood Review and Preparedness Meeting with 150 divers, community vanguard, local emergency committees, and town criers on Friday in Abuja. It was explained that the predictions as issued by the two agencies have implications on various sectors of the economy, be it agriculture, transportation, water resources, communication, energy, other critical sectors, and disaster management. This calls for greater preparedness by all. One of the key objectives of the meeting was to strongly draw the attention of all members of the communities to take seriously the 2021 flood predictions for the FCT, he said. But I'm wondering here, now, how much can the people do? How should the people be prepared in tackling, the flood, or prepared for the incoming flood? What should they do? What measures should they put in place to get prepared for the floods? Is it, starting to clear the drainage systems? Is it preparing to move from their, low landed or low leveled house? Or is it how? I'm trying to really understand. What should the people do to prepare for the flood? Okay, or is it that, you should be prepared such that you know that this kind of flood is going to come again. It's going to come in this year. And so when it comes, it shouldn't take you by surprise. You should be able to move, or you should be able to what? I understand here that the people can actually do little or nothing when it comes to preparing for the floods, because bulk of the work is on the government. So if we're to do our part and the government doesn't do their part, then how much results can we get from what we do? If we get hit by such floods again, the government urging us to be prepared. So we're getting prepared. If such floods comes again, what measures are you putting in place? What proactive measures are you putting in place? What strategy do you have to combat the issue of flooding, to mitigate the effect that it's going to have on the people? How much displaced persons are we going to have this time? Is it going to be as much as we had during the 2012 flood? These are catastrophic events that doesn't just happen. I mean, it repeats, right? And then if we have to keep ignoring these things, if we have to keep making same mistakes, okay, then where are we heading as a people? So, if you had an experience with the 2012 floods, I know of one girl who I was talking recently, okay, I was just having this conversation, all right, going through the news and seeing certain articles, okay, concerning the floods, seeing people's reports during the few days of rain that we just had in the city of Port Harcourt, how people were, getting scared of floods again. Let me take this call first of all. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Raphael.
Raphael?
Yes.
Where are you calling from?
Calling from Emoa.
Okay then. Were you a victim of the 2012 floods?
Yes, I was a victim. But then I was at Awoda East, a village called Baby. The flood was so devastating that nearly one of my co-ministers with his wife and children the water would have taken them away. As of the flood, I went to Hiki, that river there. I saw the height of the water. When I come, I tell my co-pastor, look, this water may reach here this night. He say, no, it will not reach. I tell you, 2 o'clock, the water wake them up. If not, the way they try to manage, all of them would have perished there. Another time, the water has reached to window level. So I got that experience. So be very, very careful if it is coming.
So you were displaced, yeah?
Yes. So that's what it is. Let them try as much as they can to help people. You look for a place for them to stay.
So where are you now? In your present location, do you think that are you affected by flood in that area?
Here now, no. There's no flood here.
So you think that if such floods hit the country again, you're not going to be displaced this time?
Yes, at all, because where I am, flood cannot come to that place.
Flood cannot come to that place. Okay, thank you very much. Flood cannot come. You know how this was the speculations during the 2012 floods, okay? People bragging about how that the floods cannot come to their compound, cannot come nigh them, okay? And it's just like a dream, just like he explained. Like you can literally see the water moving towards your direction. You just got past this place a few minutes ago, and then the moment you come back, water has already covered that place. Very funny, amazing, and also catastrophic. And how some places, okay, suffered a whole lot of things, all right? Now, because some persons could not find food to eat and some persons could not find shelter, some other vices also were embraced by some young people. Hello, good evening.
Gloria.
Good evening. What's your name? Hello? Well, yeah, I can hear you. What's your name?
Gloria.
Yeah?
When we started education and now there are areas like because
I can barely hear you, really.
As if you're going to that country review. And those places, if there is a bush and there are pots, now it's a place, it's a water loop, it was a potential. They will go there, all the place, they take for the big house, more concrete and all that. Why? Water get its own, get its own house. We are not supposed to tamper that. We tamper that is better. You understand? Sorry, human beings have metamorphosed in situations where they can put themselves to adapt to a fit that they feel and deal with water and put themselves on. Understand?
Hello? Oh my gosh. Okay, I lost you there. I could barely hear what you're saying. And then the line just ended. I'm sorry. Can I take any more call? You can call me back, all right? If you can, 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951. If a call comes in now, I'm going to take that, and that's going to be the last call for tonight. Hello, good evening.
Gloria.
Okay.
Yes, tell me right now. I'm promising. Now, Gloria, if you want to DRU, you know that if you want there's a first DRU that Casablanca area, as if you're going to understand the house. If this water comes because of the house cry, because people, it wasn't like that, who have taken water channels and covered the lake because they have they have to do or remove water from each channel or each water has it. Understand? Water is a kind of, I don't know if I would say water is. He can talk, he can move. He don't hear water. If you hear water, he will be better. Gloria, if you go to a Buddha, there is a place where my sister is married to. There is a place they used to that place where water over. Do you know that place now? People have cut down the trees, have cut down the palm trees and all that. And they have decided they sell it off and people have to go there and build up a house. If you go to that place now, are you telling me that now? Have you ever hearing Ele Lalim they are crying because of poverty? Are you ever hearing Rumuzi? Are you ever hearing Indele? Why are they not crying because of poverty? One, they know the and know where water is, so they have avoided it and built their house where and where it's supposed to be. Now, emphasis have led them to urban areas. People have shifted them to urban areas, going to that place. They have went where water used to cover because somebody can say to them another.
Okay. Well, I need to let you go now because of time. We are already out of time.
Yeah, Gloria, let me digest. So, if people can be collecting and deal with the system, I don't think somebody cannot say
all right then, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We are out of time already. It's time for opinion poll. Yeah, you know how we can be our own problems, really. Okay, we will not dispute that fact. Nigerians, we like to be our own problem. We would see fire and carry ourselves into the fire. How how we just like to dump. See, that dumping of refuse, I don't know how it got embedded in our nature. I refuse to accept that it's our nature. And wrong buildings. You be somebody who just wake up and go and build. How do you? Some buildings have blocked some drainage systems. Yeah, some buildings have blocked some free flow of water canal. Something that should be a drainage system. Something that should allow for the free flow of water. That would ensure that flooding is not the reason some areas actually suffer from flooding is because of some of the buildings. And then when you have comfort, you want to go and dump refuse. You're dumping. How? I think we actually, whether or not what we do is going to have a large effect or not, I think that we should just be able to do what we have to do and when and how we have to do it for our own good. Let's just know what to do and follow instructions. That's pretty much going to help us, okay? And not just even in flooding, in tackling a lot of issues that we have ravaging the country presently. Thank you very much. My name is Gloria Kati, and I will be here again tomorrow, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. to have a great time with you. It's going to be Wacky Wednesday tomorrow, and you know how we do it. It's always a fun time. Join me again. Don't go anywhere. Opinion Poll with Dave, Robert, and I comes up after now. Go follow me on socials on Facebook and Instagram, Gloria Kati. Kati is spelled K-A-R-T-E-E. Follow me there. All right, then, signing off the Unraveling right now. Stick to the dial. Today, 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You can never plan the future but the past. He who has a why to live can bear almost any out. Lost time is never found again. It is the province of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In the end. It is not the years in your life that counts. It is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Good evening and welcome. It's still your Premium Talk News and Sports Station, Today 95.1 FM. The time is 4 minutes gone past 9, and the program is Opinion Poll right here on Today 95.1 FM. It's that platform where we share our different opinions towards the different issues that we bring every day your way for conversation and discussions. Now, the main purpose of the program is to look for solutions to the problems that we might be having in society. All right, so it's going to be an avenue, a platform where we express ourselves, our thoughts, our different views, our opinions, and channel them towards making a difference in society. My name is Dave Robert, and I trust you're having a wonderful evening. Gloria Carty is with me here tonight. Good evening to you, Gloria.
Yeah, good evening, Dave. Good evening to you all.
Why is it sounding like you forgot my name for some reason?
Did I? Okay, I don't know. Okay, I was just trying to put my words together.
All right, so Gloria is obviously in awe of my presence, so I know it happens a lot. Okay, so
what happens a lot?
When people get distracted when they see me, it happens a lot.
Oh,
so
people get distracted when they see you.
Yeah, for good reasons though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All right. And the conversation tonight will involve Gloria. So I know she'll be the one championing the change we might want to see. But it's a very, a very interesting conversation. You would be part of it. You should be part of it. But the numbers to call in 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 0951. Or you can send text messages and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. All right, those are the numbers to call in and be part of the conversation. Now, today is okay, so for some reason, I am leaving ahead of time, but it's still good. We have the opportunity to experience it for ourselves, once in a while, where we forget dates and time and everything. But any which ways, let's go ahead. Tomorrow is World Literacy Day. Okay, and for some reason I felt it was today, so I brought the conversation today. And I almost said today is World Literacy Day before I checked, the date, and it was tomorrow. But tomorrow is World Literacy Day. Okay, basically celebrating the act of reading, writing, learning, relearning, unlearning, everything that makes you be a human being when it comes to being literate. Okay, so it's a celebration tomorrow. And in a way to do that, we just decided to bring the conversation, over to how things should be done, especially when it comes to eradicating illiteracy in Nigeria. Now, it's a very big problem. Very, very big problem, especially, because of the shocking revelation and stats concerning women being illiterate in Nigeria. So I'll give you some really shocking details and stats, and this might just change the way you think about why we have more women who are out of schools, and why we don't intentionally change the narrative, towards women and literacy in Nigeria. Now, literacy is not just about educating. It's a unique and powerful tool in eradicating poverty and a strong means for social and human progress. Now, why do we need to celebrate International Literacy Day? Over 775 million adults struggle with basic literacy, and 2/3 of this figure are women. Shocking but true. In Nigeria, according to the Global Monitoring Report, the most recent data from Nigeria also shows that more than 22 million people are illiterate. 65% of them are also women. So it's a trend and a trajectory that we don't want to really accept. But the fact is, are we actually doing things to changing that? When we now associate, some occupations to illiterate women, we now say, if you don't read hard, you don't study in school, you would end up like a market woman who is illiterate, which is wrong. All right. Or we feel, those women who go to farms and who, plant and harvest food and sell in the markets, those ones are the illiterate. We stereotype those people as the ones who are illiterate, which is wrong. All right. We are now giving our women the impression that they are the ones who just take care of the family, caregivers, nothing related to school, nothing related to how they should advance themselves, in terms of intellectual strength and capabilities. We just allow them, for some reason, align themselves with the culture we have had over time. You know, I was telling someone the other day, I said, why is it that you went to school to study something? For example, you studied mass comm in school, and then you came out as a woman. The next thing everyone is expecting you to do is, let me give you the pattern. Go for youth service. After youth service, you probably find the husband in camp or outside camp. Get married almost immediately. When you get married, start selling hair online. Or
that's even an advanced
one. Or have a shop where you sell provision. Do you understand? So what happened to the school you went to? What happened to the certificate? And then they will say, hey, in Nigeria, there is no job. I agree with you. But if you actually wanted to do business, why didn't you just go ahead with doing business rather than going to school? And that's why some people say, look, it's best as ladies don't get trained. It's best as female children don't get trained. It's best if we just allow them grow up, because eventually they would get married to one man who would open up a business for them and their life will start from there.
You see, the issue we have in this country, in fact, the issue we have in the world, is society. Okay, societal norms, societal ideologies, okay, which have over time formed the pattern of life in a given region. Okay, now I think this is the problem of this mentality that women grow with, is a problem of how they were raised. Okay, women basically are raised to depend on the man. All right, so it doesn't matter how much of education you get. Okay, it doesn't matter how far you go in your quest for knowledge or in your academics. You come and after you do that, you still come and end in the kitchen, or you still come and end under the man or whatnot. Okay, so a lot of people, you see parents sending their children, paying you're footing the bills, you're encouraging them to go study and to go do all of that, only in the end to come and be boxed under one man or be boxed under whatever. Okay, and so even in the course of training these children, the female child, okay, subconsciously, or you instill into them the mentality that they shouldn't be ambitious. You instill into them that society doesn't have a place for them. Okay. It's a men's world. All right. So it's like like you mentioned, there are certain kind of businesses that are specifically for ladies. Okay. So you don't need to stress yourself. You don't need to. You can do all of. There's no work. Just go. Just have the knowledge and have the certificates. Just come and settle down.
Even if they would actually be intentional, to giving them the certificate, because some still tell you, look, it's best these people don't even go out, because eventually they would get married to someone who will take care of them, so the man should be the one who has this knowledge, who has the skill, and get married to the one who doesn't have. Someone actually tell you, there are some people who actually believe if you get married to a woman who is intellectually bright, she might dominate your house and take all of your resources.
Exactly why I asked this question. I ask, perhaps this is probably the reason why I ask, why are guys scared of ladies who are ambitious, ladies who are outspoken, okay, who know what they want in life, okay? They are. It's as though guys don't like problem, so they feel like they feel like, especially from a lady, probably they feel like. These ladies are going to give them problem. These ladies are going to come dominate their lives and all of that. These ladies, I can't have full control over this person. Perhaps that's what they think, but that's not how it's supposed to be, because that's not actually what it is. And so these ladies also have their issues, though. They also have by issues, I mean the role to play, because when you meet a man, and it's normal, it's not even for just a man, it's for everybody. When you meet someone who you feel doesn't meet up to you intellectually, okay, you realize that you find issues sometimes communicating with this person, and automatically this person begins to feel like you're overdoing okay? Because you are talking more than he understands. And because he cannot meet up with you, it feels like this one they overdo. This one is just showing herself. I can't be with this kind of person.
Yeah.
But it's not your fault. So it's for the other party to know that he needs to grow. To know that there are a lot of things that he needs to learn. He needs to understand. A lot of things that he also needs to unlearn. But we don't have that in society today. Have I told you? I think we've talked about briefly about. I've mentioned this before. How ladies that is it here on Today's Woman? How that my brother's wife. Okay, her father refused to train them in school because they were girls, and I still have female children today whose father do not train them through school. They would say it's a waste of time. What am I training you for? I'm not going to gain anything. You are going to go and start burying.
Eventually, you get married to
someone else.
Yes.
My name won't even continue.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And nothing. So there's no need. It's a waste of time.
Just exist and cook for me. In the meantime.
So they spend all the time, and then these trainings over time actually take its toll on these ladies. So they grew up believing that much isn't expected from them. They grew up believing that this society is not for them. They are just supposed to be boxed. Okay, I mean that's how you get an elephant boxed. You tie him to a particular element or whatnot, okay, just to tame him, just to make him believe that that's all that there is to him. And this is exactly what happens to the female folks in society.
Yeah.
You tame them, you reduce their potentials for exploring, their potentials for actually, getting a lot in society. And over time, this becomes their reality. They come to believe that they cannot do much. So even when they have the opportunity, they don't see themselves that way anymore. So it doesn't matter how much exposure they get. It doesn't matter how much school they go to. It doesn't matter people they meet. They come back to that shell. They come back to that reality that has been formed in them over time. And this is the issue. That's why a lot of ladies, you would even give them the opportunity, but they cannot deliver because they do not believe that thing is for them. They do not believe that they can actually do such. And that's what happens with the elephant. The elephant can destroy the whole forest because it's the big... In fact, he's the biggest. I wonder why you're
particular about the elephant tonight. But you said something about women who are ambitious and most men get intimidated by them. And, society has tailored most women to actually think that being ambitious is being too much. Okay. And going for some goals actually are, it's a restricted environment or a restricted zone. This is meant for a man. I mean, don't dare to be the governor or don't dare to be the president. Do you think that narrative is gradually changing with modernization and the exposure to tech and everything in Nigeria? Because we still have people or cultures who say, look, the first daughter shouldn't be the one who is ambitious, shouldn't be that one who would dare for more in life because she has to carry on the legacy of the family. So she's laid back from all those kinds of exposure. And what they do is they create this environment. Okay, you are a champion here. Okay, you're a champion here. Don't go beyond this jurisdiction. Don't go beyond this environment. Okay, you can be that woman who has a few things going on, same business, but don't go beyond this. Do you think that narrative might change anytime soon, especially in our local communities, with the impression that people still have don't train children in school?
I don't think it will change anytime soon, but I think eventually it will change. It's not going to be in any sooner time, but with time, because I tell you the truth, there are a lot of women there who you go speak with, even as a lady, they will so counter you. In fact, they will be so bold and courageous in speaking to you about, being the kind of woman that they are. about being not being ambitious, about being the lady for the man, about being the kind of lady that shouldn't have much doing. I mean, look at feminism. Let's just go digress a little, and talk about feminism. A lot of ladies are even against ladies who are feminists. Despite the fact that women, and not just women, men can also be feminists. Okay, men are also feminists. Despite the fact that this advocacy is ongoing for women to have the same rights, the same opportunity in society, okay, to have dreams, to pursue, their career, to have positions in certain, to have a place and role in certain sphere in society, okay. Despite all of this advocacy, there are still a lot of women who are so laid back, who are even attacking these feminists for taking such moves. Some are of the opinion that this is too much for them. This is a man's role in society. Some are of the opinion and the ideology that this is competing with the man. This is how we were raised, okay? This is for the man. We are not supposed, we are the lesser vessels. We are not supposed to be doing all of these that you guys are trying to make us be. You cannot be competing with the man and all of that stuff. So why I'm saying this is because of the fact that the question that you asked, if in a sooner time we're going to be seeing this thing change. I think it's going to change with the younger generation. And that is also not going to be now, because this younger generation is going to take generations from generations for this to really change. Because even some of the younger generations that we are seeing is also from illiterate parents, and even some of the literate parents have also not changed that mentality. This thing doesn't actually come with literacy. It's a mind thing. It comes with what you feed your mind with. So you can be an illiterate, but when you're exposed to this kind of information, and it also has a lot to do with your company. If you are this kind of person, but then you find yourself around ladies who are ambitious, it will rub on you with time. Unless you're this person who doesn't want to come out of your shell and all of that. So, in a nutshell, I don't think it's going to change, suddenly or in a short period of time. It's going to really take a while, because we've got a lot of work to do with changing the narrative that has been the reality of what people have been with over time. And it's not easy to change what has been, the system of people for a very, very long time.
All right. Okay. So you can be part of this conversation by calling in or texting in 0817 00951 or 0810 951 0951. Do you actually think that this obnoxious trend of not training women in school with the mentality that they would not bring back as much as the male child would bring, they would not be as productive as the male child would bring, do you think it might change anytime soon? Okay, do you think we might be having a generation where families are intentional about training their children, their female children most especially, families are intentional about allowing their female children explore the diverse and deeper aspect of education? I would want to know. Okay, 0817 0000951 or 0810-951-0951, or you can send text messages and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-9962. And how do you think we can drive these things from our local communities? Okay, how do you think we can spread the word and let people know that female children actually have a place in education? 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome. Okay, I lost the call. 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951, or you can send text messages and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-9962. Good evening and welcome. What's your name?
Good evening, Auntie Glo and Dave.
You're welcome. Good evening to you.
I salute you now. This is Chimbroma.
Chimbroma, you're welcome.
Thank you. I don't think this kind of a thing will end soon, no. Because I used to hear that, but it happened to my neighbor. My neighbor refused to train her, his first daughter.
Wow.
The first daughter. This man refused to. When this girl finished secondary school.
Is he literate?
I think so, yes. He's an Ogoni man who refused to train the first daughter. He preferred to send the son, which is a next to the first daughter.
Wow.
To the Polytechnic.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, the guy went there and got somebody pregnant.
Wow. And then the lady didn't go. Wow.
The things he was dodging from the girl happened to the boy. The boy brought sick. So I used to hear that, and I don't think that thing will end soon. But it's a very bad thing, no? Because some people think that this marriage, after training your daughter will get married, and then the whole investment goes to the other person or the other family. Well, it's not like that, too. Hello.
All right. Okay.
Yes, it's not like that, because I'm working under one of the senior citizens in this country. Hello.
Yes.
The person taking care of this man, the man has 6 children, 6 graduates. The person taking care of this man is the first daughter. As she stands now. This very lady, she is married though. She employed pre-security guards sent to the parents to guard the parents, and she's the one paying salary. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. She's in charge of her father's house. She extends hand to her father's house 24 hours. So I don't know why. I don't know the impression people have about that. That people will refuse to train their first daughter simply because you get married to another person and then the whole thing. I don't know. There's a cake and awkward. I beg. My name is Chimbroma. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chimbroma. Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and location?
Yes, my name is Stella.
Stella, where are you calling from?
Yes, I'm calling from Port Harcourt, from Mobile.
All right then. Let's hear you.
Yes, I've been listening to this program and it's a very interesting one. Now, for me, if you ask me, this norm will change soon. You like what the last caller just said. Gone are those days when you find men taking care of parents. Now, it is ladies. In my home, we have about 4 men. They are all dormant with their wives. We are the only one taking care of our parents, my mom precisely. And so who wouldn't want to train their girl child? Because they have all seen that pride of having a man in the house, all that is failing. Because you find men now taking care of their own wives. And so the girl child is the one responsible for their parents' upkeep. So like me, for example, I am a career woman. It used to be an issue, when I was married. Like what the lady was explaining, conflict came in when the husband wasn't. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, there was a lot of issue when because I was doing a little more than my husband when I was married. It was really an issue, But and that thing really refused that man to go. I expected what the lady said. I expected the man to go because our upbringing didn't make us to be proud. No. When you marry, you are married, and so you must learn to whatever you have. My culture says that whatever a woman has belongs to her husband. But instead of the man to grow from what he met, we rather lost everything. Because any little thing I do, you say because you have this, because you have this. We have that issue of conflict for 7 years, and I lost everything. Yes, that was what I experienced. But his parents were even now I became like dumb. But anything you want to say, because you carry more to come, and because it became an issue for me. So you cannot air out, you cannot say anything. But I tell you that very soon, in fact, it's not very soon, in a very short time, we'll begin to see women. We are training our girl child now. So it will change soon. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello, I made it today.
Good evening, Mrs. Gift. You're welcome.
Mrs. Gift. Good to have you, Mrs. Gift.
Yeah, I'm happy you're smiling. You were not smiling before. And you forgot David's name.
No, I didn't forget his name. No. He knows I can't forget his name. Very, very well, very well. Thank you.
I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm very fine.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, David. The World Illiteracy Day is tomorrow.
Yeah.
And women have the highest percentage. David, the young women themselves, are they willing to go to school? Because you see children in the S1, the S2, rushing to live with a man. I've been counseling female children in the age of 17 and 18. They're writing their WIAC already. They're thinking of marriage.
Wow.
So do you blame you? Do we put all the blame on the men all the time? I have seen women whose parents are not doing well. And they train themselves in school because they want to go to school. So you send a child to school, a female child to school, and she comes back home with pregnancy. So whose fault? They want to get married. They watch a lot of viewers.
Yes. Society has made marriage like the echelon of achievements. You know, whatever you do, just get married, and that's the biggest achievement you can have.
That's correct, because they learn this from the world and home. And the child that wants to learn will learn. A child that wants to go to school, go to school. I have my last son is in the junior class to where my last son is. There are 30 of them in the class.
Yes.
5 are boys, 25 are girls.
Okay.
Yeah. So the children that want to go to school will go to school. The ones that don't want to go to school will remain illiterate. It's individual thing. Because imagine a 17-year to 18-year-old child that's thinking of marriage, monitoring his boyfriend. I was like, what is wrong with you?
And
17, 18.
Wow.
17, 18 doing what?
Thinking of getting married.
Will you blame him? I think it's a function of your son.
The ladies, the women who want to get married.
Wait, you mean the lady 17, 18 wanted to get married? Okay, so would you blame the lady or the parents of this lady? Because I don't think that these people just wake up and start having these thoughts or ideologies. I think it's something that has been imputed in them from where they are coming from.
So yeah, I talk with this lady. I talk with them. Sometimes they open up to me, and sometimes they don't open up to their parents. You see some of them, the parents will think they're in school, but they're not in school, they're in their boyfriend's house.
And that's a very big problem. That's a problem we're dealing with, right?
Especially these young ones that attend government school. You see them hanging out with drivers, ticket drivers, Okada drivers, and the parents think they're in school. They're not at school. So who do you blame?
All right.
So who do you blame, Mrs. Gift?
I think there needs to be an awareness. There should be an awareness in the educating the mind of this young girl concerning school. There should be an awareness.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mrs. Gift. Thank you. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Yes,
good evening, Mr. Chris.
Victor. Mr. Chris.
All right. We can't blame the parents much. We will blame the society. From time immemorial, any education, there's one adage that says any education acquired by a female child and at the end he ended up in the kitchen. So most parents now see it as if maybe after spending a lot of money, any female child after 30 years, 20, 35 years, they have not getting married.
what is it? Some of them say we pull out from that school. They have been in school 35 years, they have not gotten, no, many of them. So I see it as if education given by a female child, some parents see it as a, and most of them, after spending a lot of money, once they come out, the next thing, pass out from their youth service, the next thing is how to get married. When they get married, every other thing, they take it down to the man's house. That's the end. So that's why I find you see some families, they value to train the male child than this female child that they after spending a lot of money. You see them ending up in another house, and another person will keep this. But that is not how it's supposed to be. Government should push a law that will bring everything to the balance to me. That's what I see.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Victor. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. What's your name?
My name is Eshawun. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, then.
Okay, you see, the problem is that we here, would I say historically, from human perspective, or human evolution, the women have always been coming last in so many things. Because if you check even the Western world, it took time for women to start going to university. You know, at some point the awareness changed, and they started enrolling women into the university. Let me just take example education, university education now. So it took time, it takes time. So we in this third world country, we are suffering that problem now. So the only solution to it demands reorientation, awareness, and then good, strict government policies.
The thing is, when we have this kind of awareness, we have been talking about these things for a very long time, and then we still have communities where they cherish keeping their female children at home rather than training them.
When you say we've been talking it for a long time, for how long? You see, all these things started coming up, especially during this our democratic tenants now. We elect leaders, people talk, opinion. Before, we've had a long military rule. You understand?
Yeah.
So, but this is the time that people are now talking a lot of things, awareness, eyes are opening, laws are being read in court, there are verdicts now. So it will take time. But the thing is that the government needs to step up, enforce laws, you understand?
Yes.
Create an enabling environment for women, and then make it compulsory for parents. Even all this girl child, whatever thing they do, traditional things, harmful practice, stop it. So they need to the government needs to encourage parents, create laws, enforce laws, monitor, make sure that the female child is given equal opportunity like the man, if possibly more than the man. Today we can talk about so many women in Nigeria, Obieze Kwesili, Okojiwala, Akunyele, because democracy came and they were given opportunity to serve. It wasn't like that before now, if you could agree with me.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, so, but the awareness is coming up now. So we still need the government participation to enforce these things, create this enabling environment, drive these things home to communities, to villages, to families. There is need for them to train their child, give them equal opportunity.
So do you think that this is going to happen anytime soon?
No, once you start it, though it will take time, but certainly because even the Western world, I was going to, when you were talking, the first man that went to university is one Cosbera in Venice, I think Italy, in the 16th century. In America, the first man that went to university was in 1830-something. But today, if you go to those countries now, you see women all over. Those things are bygone something. So it needs something we need to drive home as citizens, the government, everybody needs to participate.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
All right, then. Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
Hello, good evening.
Mr. George, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to say that this topic people discussing today, I think is very, very crucial and it's very, very important to the society.
Okay.
For me, I know visit in Liberia, and when I become the president in Liberia, China, and women sometimes they have the problem to themselves. Then it depends on if you go to rural communities, some of them have what they believe that sometimes say that your husband should die, understand? You should go and get water and swear. They will try and grab your head, do the diabolic issues and everything. And who are the enforcement of all these laws? Those local communities, they are still women. But one thing I have to encourage them that I think they should also come together. They should also come together as a woman, yourself as the best, yourself that when society spoils, it's you that we are going to hold responsible because you are an helper to the man, working hand with the man. Right.
Mr. George, I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Mm.
What I'm trying to say is that the education sector, women should be given an opportunity, and everything too should be centered on the policy that the government is putting. It should create an awareness. I know there is an awareness now in several communities. If you are a man that is from a community that you are not contributing to that society, that means I don't think you can act effectively. But the government have a lot of responsibility.
All right.
And taking human this hand.
Okay.
Making them see themselves that we can come together, make the country to be great.
All right.
You know what really happened at about women? It was women that did it. That society in life, women have to push. Know that this society also belongs to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
Okay, I'm Chris.
All right, Chris.
I don't think there is anything stopping women from.
Hello? I can barely hear you, Chris. Do also call back. I don't know if it's the network, but your voice was really down. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
Victor.
Mr. Victor, good to have you.
You see, like the topic of some of the men are very wicked. Not that it's just like one lady said that women are the ones taking care of their father's house now. It's not really like that in the other way around. Because me myself, I do take care of my mom very well, making sure that my mom feels fine. And my sister also, she's this type that if our house is not settled, our own family, she will be bothered if you understand. This type that make sure that our side is fine, her own side too also fine. So it's just vice versa. It's not that women are the most people doing everything, not really like that. So it's something that we should see in a two-way side. Because me as a man, I know the little I am doing, and I know the one I'm planning to do more. So everybody is not the same. So they should train men and women in the school. And sometimes any child that does not want to go to school, you must. I take an example like my younger sister. Before she go into university, she first of all volunteer herself to say, please, I want to learn any skill first, please, before going to school.
All right, then. Thank you, Mr. Victor.
So that's the thing. They shouldn't feel like you before anything you must go to school. Sometimes acquire skill, then go to school. So that by the time you are done with your school, if there is no employment through your school side, you can be using the thing you learned before school to feed yourself and your family. So that's the thing.
All right, then. Thank you very much. 95 from 25. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening, Patrick, Gloria, and Robert Dave.
Good evening, Mr. Mission.
I will please don't be angry or upset. I will urge you to please limit the time of this caller for them not to exhaust all the time which another caller should use to contribute.
All right.
No, Mission Yone, I am partially opposing feminist movement. I take, for instance, in my local government, Kokana, there is what happened that make me to marvel over the movement of feminism. There is one particular community, a woman is elected councillor to represent that ward, and immediately, it's not a time limit duration of a month. When another person who is from other village and marry the person to his village, that is making me to wonder how it works in that way. And the councillor, the person that she was elected as the councillor, will go and represent that community. So the people were agitating over that, and it's other something that also I show concern over it. And secondly, permit me to be more Catholic than the Pope also. In the Bible, if not Timothy, what the scripture says is that the woman should be submissive. The woman should not be competing with the male because they are the head. Although I'm not opposing that, if you have a male child, you should not train her in school. But what I'm saying that there is tendency that women exhibit when it comes to holding of authority. I don't know why. Why is it so? Why is it so, Gloria? I ask you, why is it so? Please, I need the answer.
Why is it so that... rephrase your question. All right, then. Thank you very much. Well, that's the same thing we've been talking on the program, okay? And the question is, I was going to ask you the question, Mr. Mission, but then it seemed like you had a lot of things that you wanted to explain or you wanted to let out. So I was just waiting for you to land, but unfortunately you landed with a question. How do we stand a chance of seeing a change in this narrative anytime soon, seeing how the females have been perceived in society? Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Sorry, what's your name?
My name is Collins from Port Harcourt.
All right, Collins. Let's hear you.
Okay, my own contribution towards this issue is that not as if many women are too bad. It's not bad. But the issue is that men in the family are, when they are tender, they show more concern about things of the family more than the female. So that is why you see the parents most times have interest on the men.
How do you mean men show more concern for the family more than the women? I don't understand.
In times of running errands, home errands, when you call the female child, you see her like shying away because you know that they want to send her for an errand. But you see that the guy will just come up boldly.
Well, that's not from the environment I come from.
Okay, because I'm my own experience, I'm saying from the environment that I come from and in general, from my own locality. So when you see, that is why by our own parents this way, we have more attention on the male side because we know that they are like out for anything, But when you see the women are like they're like hiding, shying away from responsibility. That is why you see that in my own area. But to me, I like the parents to be pushing more women. Like they package them because they are weaker vessels, And when you come to in terms of sharing land, even though they are sharing 50-50 plot to the men, you see that the women are not even compensated with even a plot. Likewise, other property like buildings. When it comes to times of sharing the father's wealth, when the parents have passed on, the women, they don't give them anything within my own custom and tradition. So me, I'm also of the opinion that they should be giving the women more chance, push them before they will go to anywhere, even they will get pregnant.
All right, so do you see this being the case in anytime soon?
Of course, because most of the things that are that we do reserve for the men are no longer there.
All right, then.
So now we now see that the help from the family can come from any part, not all the men. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bankole from Eleka.
Sorry, your name is what?
Bankole.
Oh, Bankole. Good to have you.
On the subject, what I believe that has affected us for long, first is the biological constitution of men and women, and the biological role, the responsibility, the nature imposes on us. That is by God. That you have to give birth, and that one is a special natural responsibility, which is a bulk responsibility on women. And then that of men is a kind of kinetic activity, running up and down, looking for, making sure that the women will not suffer. Even if you look at cock, the cock will find the food, it will just make a sign for the other one to come and pick. But what I observed was that the men at early time override the women, even before the religious time. They impose their power because we seem to have more physical power to start with than them. Then when the religion night came, we subject them to us so that they will be submissive. But the secret of all is that no society that lower the quality of women that will be advanced. The advancement of any country tallies with the opportunity and the advancement of giving to women. Like if you look at even in Nigeria now, the area that give more a kind of restricted or guided liberty to women, they are more organized than the area that constrain women out of whatever belief. So any family that gives better education to their girl child and women, they will be better off than even giving. Yes.
All right. So, do you see this being the case in a very close period of time, in a very short period of time?
We can achieve that if we consciously put in into our educational system and society.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'd like us to just go straight to the point, okay? Don't say too much so we can have some more other persons talking. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Mr.
Yeah, what's your name?
Congo. I'm from Akukadino Street.
All right, Congo, let's hear you.
The matter with women in the setting. It started from time immemorial. From the Garden of Eden. When the woman was brought on the wings of the man, that's Adam. The attack has started long ago, not now. And for me, there's nothing we can do that will stop it, because it's from God. God stated this, that the woman is going to be a helper, and the man will be the head. It's like that. No equality, no equilibrium. An economist said that women is different like a man. There is nothing we do here today, even the government itself, that will make the women perform. Then, women will perform. Not the level of the man. Thank you very much.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Congo. Okay, you lost that one. 0817. Keep the calls coming. 000 0951 or 0810-951-0951. 95.1 FM. Good evening. Hello? I can barely hear you.
My name is Victor.
All right, Victor, where are you calling from?
Okay.
All right.
It's good. Education is good for both men and people. But just like someone mentioned, I think there is out of 100 women that will go to school, it's only like 5 or 10 of the schools there and there are the
the other 90 when the man out, and some of them end up the man, the outside men who call themselves, say they are their husband, end up enjoying their distant partners, their parents, because I'm talking from what I've seen so far. The woman gets educated and gets a work, national country. The man knows someone from one man without the husband, because good. That's been the man so that man will be enjoying that even those parents. So that is why some parents start. So as a women, as soon as they get married, they tend to forget their family. It's only like I do remember their family. To me, that is why some parents sometimes they give their children to different child.
All right. Thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. You on the line.
All right, where are you calling from?
From Port Harcourt.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, my take on this is simple. For me, I'm not against the idea of parents training their female children up to higher institution. As a matter of fact, it's a very much welcome idea for me. I like it so much. Whether I don't really know if that really still happens, because I'm yet to see that. If it happens, perhaps maybe it's. I don't think any educated man or educated parent will still want to go on with that kind of practice, that kind of archaic practice. So it's very much welcome development. So while I say that, at the same time, the problem I have with women being intelligent, or maybe as a result of the question, is that when they eventually become educated and get so intelligent, it shouldn't be with the idea of wanting to override the man's position. So that's the only area I have problem against it. But if a woman is educated, she's intelligent, and then she still maintain her place relative to the man, give the man the respect and submissiveness that is required, that's perfectly okay. So that's my take on the matter.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Just the last call. And okay, I lost that one. 0817 0000951 or 081095100951. This will be the last call for tonight. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Gloria.
Yeah, what's your name?
Okay, my name is Ira Buchikan.
Okay, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you the straight to the question. Okay, do you think that this narrative, okay, is going to change in a very short period of time, in a very close time?
Yeah, it's already changed. That's what I want you to understand. It's only ignorant parents that will not want to train their girl children. These days, I must tell you that girl children take care of families more than they try. The reason being that, women influences men a lot, or women influence men a lot in marriage. So at times, when a man is married, he will be influenced so much by the wife that he may forget his family. I mean, at times, I didn't say it is always like that. But you need to understand one thing, and most of these things has to do with individual difference. You just have to put it into consideration. The way I might treat my family is not the way you're going to treat your own family, just like what that person. So when 10 persons are involved, there are going to be different ways of the way they are going to go about it in their family. So, but I know definitely that the word of these days, people are training their children. Everybody goes to school. You can't see family whereby the male will be asked to go to school, the female will asked to stay home. No, we've passed that stage. So every family as it is now is trying much to train their family, to train their children, irrespective of the gender. So, like your question, putting your question into perspective, the trend is already changing.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Let's just do this message. Good evening, presenters. It's barbaric and outdated the way and manner the society sees women in a negative perspective. For me, women should first be given the opportunity in education sectors. George, thank you very much, George. Gloria and Dave, for me, I will train my girl child to the highest level of education Girls are doing better these days. Jill from Dupe. Okay, thank you very much. It's good to know that, the narrative is already changing and this light is spreading abroad in our hearts, all right? But it should continue, okay? And the ladies, the girl child, or girl, did I just say child? The girl children should be given the opportunity to explore themselves, okay, and utilize their potentials as much as possible, because you really cannot rule out the place of women in society. Thank you very much. My name is Gloria Kati, and I did the program with Dave Rabbit. Don't go anywhere. The world news comes up shortly after now. Keep listening to Today 95.1 FM. Join us tomorrow again for another great time from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Don't go anywhere.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Every day, every hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Very good evening to you. This is the World News on your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Gloria Karibitombre. The headlines. INEC explains importance of introduction of bimodal technology for voters accreditation. President Muhammadu Buhari charges service chiefs to devise new tactics to fight bandits. River State Judiciary concludes first phase of gold delivery as 150 inmates receive pardon. On the foreign scene, Taliban announced formation of new Islamic government in Afghanistan. Now the details. The Independent National Electoral Commission says its introduction of the bimodal technology to strengthen the accreditation process during elections. INEC National Commissioner and Chairman of Voter Education and Publicity, Festus Sokoye, who made the observation during the live television program, said the new innovation by INEC will increase the credibility of the nation's electoral process. According to Okoye, the bimodal technology is to be used to capture fingerprints and facial identification of voters.
What we will do is to read the person's facials. So nobody can come to the polling unit now to say, oh, the smart card reader couldn't read my fingerprints, so let me go and use the incident form in order to be allowed to vote. If the smart card reader is unable to read their fingerprints, it will read their facials. If he cannot read their facials, the implication is that you are not the person you claim to be. The implication is that you are not a registered voter because you may not have fingerprints, but you cannot leave your face at home and come to the polling unit. So what we are doing is that we are trying to strengthen the accreditation process and make it foolproof so that every registered voter, every individual who does not suffer any legal disability and who duly registered and comes to the polling unit to vote, we have an opportunity of being accredited and the person will have an opportunity of voting.
The INEC National Commissioner also noted that the new innovation by the Commission is backed by law. President Muhammadu Buhari has directed security chiefs to find tactics to solve the security challenges in the country, particularly in the northwest and north central. The president issued the directive during a 3-hour security meeting with service chiefs at the presidential villa in Abuja. He reiterated the urgent need to deal with the bandits, who, according to the security chiefs, are becoming a nuisance, killing and making reckless pronouncements to solicit attention. The Minister of Defense, General Bashir Magashi, told newsmen after the meeting that the government reviewed the situation in the country and concluded that it can resolve the security challenges, especially in Zamfara State and the North Central, which was a huge concern at the meeting, but with the cooperation of Nigerians.
From the meeting, we believe that the speed in which these things are happening in Zamfara State and North Central is a source of concern to the government and to all agencies that are responsible for the execution of the operations in the North Central. We discuss the need for urgency in our dealing with the bandits. We believe they are becoming a nuisance. They are killing people, they are doing what they like, they make careless statements, they say what they think they should say in order to solicit the kind of audience they want from the society. We believe that we have gone a long way in keeping this country together.
The newly appointed Minister of Power, Abubakar Aliyu, has solicited the support of the ministry's staff, Aliyu was appointed the Minister of Power last Wednesday by President Muhammad Buhari following a minor cabinet reshuffle. The minister, who urged staff to be dedicated to their job, said although he is not an electrical engineer, he can detect when something is wrong. There was tension in Umuahia, the Abia state capital, earlier today as lawyer to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, Aloy Ejimako, headed to court over Kanu's alleged failing health. Access roads to the court venue were blocked by security agencies, creating fear on road users in Umuahia. In an application, Nnamdi Kanu versus the federal government and 7 others, Ejimako had brought an ex parte order asking the court to, among other things, make an interim order of release of Kanu to attend to his health in any medical facility of his choice in Nigeria, pending the hearing of the motion. The fight to get a Yoruba right activist, Sunday Adeyemo, also known as Sunday Igboho, released from detention has been delayed by the vacation embarked upon by judges in Benin Republic. This is according to the spokesperson for the umbrella body of Yoruba self-determination groups, Ilana Omodwa, Maxwell Adeleye. Recall that the Beninese court had ordered that Sunday Igboho should be returned to prison custody when he appeared before the court on July 27th. Prosecutors were also said to have raised fresh charges against the activist during his last sit-in. Igboho's lawyers had said the Yoruba Nation agitator was further remanded to allow police to conduct a thorough investigation into the charges, which included illegal migration, dubious connivance with immigration officers, and an attempt to cause civil unrest. They explained that the previous allegations that warranted placing Igboho on a watch list had successfully been tackled. 150 inmates were released in the just concluded process of releasing inmates with minor offences from the Port Harcourt Maximum Correctional Centre. The exercise, which was carried out by 3 chief magistrates, was in compliance with the directives by the Chief Judge of River State, Justice Simeon Amadi, during the gold delivery exercise at the Nigerian Maximum Correctional Centre, Port Harcourt, on the 19th of August, as part of effort to decongest the facility. Today FM's Uchendu Ejo reports that 46 inmates were released last Friday, 62 were released yesterday, while 42 inmates were released today, bringing the total number of beneficiaries of the process to 150, including 2 females. Chief Magistrate Menene Poromon, who addressed the freed inmates at the end of the exercise, commended the Chief Judge of the state for the initiative and cautioned the released inmate against any act that could bring them back to the correctional center.
What we have done, we have looked through the books, we have gone through your files, and we have decided purely on merits. I hope nobody collected money from anybody here. Is that so many of you have come to Port Harcourt from far off, and you don't have anything meaningful to do here. If you must stay here and remain in River State, try and make yourself useful to the state and not to become a menace to the society. My advice is that crime does not pay. Go back to your place. If your people are farmers, farm with them. If your people are fishermen, fish with them. As you leave this place, may God be with you and ensure that you stay out of trouble.
Some of the released inmates who spoke to newsmen after the court session thanked the judiciary, especially the chief judge, for the initiative and promised never to go back to crime as they reunite with the society.
Yes, I thank you for this exercise and this release from the Chief Judge. I very, very appreciate it. I see the work was just clear. They did not collect money from anybody. It was just free and fair. So I thank God for doing that. All of us that have been released, 150 something. I thank you for all of us today.
I want to appreciate our judges for what they have done in our lives, for showing us mercy and releasing us, and both men and female. I said, God will surely bless you and reward you richly in the name of Jesus. As far as we are released, we can never go back to our vomit. We are moving a new life. We are now a new creation. We cannot go back to our sin anymore.
Chief Judge of River State, Justin Simeon Amadi, is expected to lead his team on a second phase of gold delivery at the Port Harcourt Maximum Correctional Centre on resumption from court vacation. The leadership of the hospitality industry in River State has cautioned their members to strictly comply with all COVID-19 preventive measures in the discharge of their duties. The state secretary to Nigeria Hotel Association, Napoleon Koko, who was reacting to the threat by the state government to reimpose COVID-19 lockdown, said all their members have been directed to ensure full compliance to COVID-19 protocols. Koko, while warning that any hospitality industry that fails to comply with the directives risks facing appropriate sanctions from relevant authorities, saying the industry would not afford to experience another lockdown.
It's not just about the threat of the governor, it's the threat of the disease. Efforts we did before, we must have to redouble it. And so the association have immediately we were informed of this new strain by the NCDC. We put plans in motion to ensure that every hospitality outfit complies strictly. It is necessary that if we, who are the frontliners, so to speak, are very strict about containing this disease, then of course we are going to contribute to reducing the numbers. It's not, to me, I don't look at it as a threat. It's more like a wake-up call. The association has also put up a task force around to ensure compliance. It's a task force that has been ongoing, but we've redoubled it because initially people felt the disease was going.
Reacting to the court judgment in favor of River State government on who is authorized to collect value-added tax in the state, Koko said the members have been directed to comply with a court order in the interest of development of the state.
We also watch to see how the trend will go. And with the recent validation by a competent court, we have no choice but to direct all our members to comply. So for now, the subsisting judgment must be complied with. So we've actually directed all hospitality outfits in River State. We held a meeting with the chairman of the River State Internal Revenue Service, and we got a letter from him, which we've distributed to all our members to ensure compliance until there is a contrary order. So with this declaration, I think it's more or less giving the right order so that people who generate a particular kind of tax should be the beneficiaries of that.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news for it and Sports Story. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
So glad to know you're still there. The news continues. The medical expert Professor Lawrence Ogbonnaya has warned against the consumption of orthodox drugs and traditional medicines at the same time. Professor Ogbonnaya was reacting to an increase in the practice by some people who often combine traditional and conventional medicines in treating their illnesses. Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Ifunaya Obimundukwe, Professor Bonaya said the combination of the two different forms of medications could cause harm to the body, as one may be working against the other.
When you mix the traditional medicine with the orthodox medicine, you don't really know what you are taking. One may be counteracting the other. And many of our traditional medicines contain things that are toxic to our system because they have not been purified. So those are the danger. So we need to purify them. We need to separate them. So if you take it wholesale like that, the good may do some good. Then the bad and ugly will cause some harm. Now, most medicines we have in the formal health sector is a product of either a herb, a root, an animal product, or something like that, which the traditional medicine people use. But you will find out that one medicinal plant may contain 100 medicinal products that do different things in the body.
Professor Bonaya, however, said traditional form of medication is not condemned by the medical profession, but said a lot of confidence is yet to be put on the traditional medicines in Nigeria.
We do not condemn traditional medicine on its face value. I accept that there is a lot of good that we will obtain from refining our traditional medicines. But the problem with our traditional medicines is that we are yet to get to that level where a lot of confidence will be put on it. Many of our traditional medicines are a combination of several things that you cannot really say what is the active substance in that traditional medicine that is curing the person. So we need to do the research, extract all the active ingredients in our traditional medicines and mass produce them and use them to cure our diseases.
On the foreign scene, the West African bloc ECOWAS says it fears potential delays in elections in Mali aimed at restoring civilian rule following a coup last year. In a statement, the group said it remained worried by the lack of concrete action to prepare for the vote, which has been promised for February 2022 by strongman Colonel Assimi Goita. The announcement came at the end of a 3-day mission to Mali led by former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan. The 15-nation economic community of West African states has repeatedly voiced fears about the situation in Mali, one of the region's poorest and most volatile states. The Taliban have announced an interim government in Afghanistan, declaring the country an Islamic emirate. It will be led by one of the movement's founder, Mullah Akhund, who is on a United Nations blacklist. The interior minister will be a feared FBI wanted leader of the Haqqani militant group. The Taliban seized control of most of the country on 15 August, ousting the previous elected leadership. The announcement of the acting cabinet is a key step in the formation of a Taliban government. A statement attributed to Taliban Supreme Leader Malawi Hibatullah Akhundzada told the government to uphold Sharia law. And News and Sport says World Football Governing Body FIFA has opened disciplinary proceedings involving both the Brazilian and Argentinian football associations following the suspension of Sunday's 2022 World Cup qualifier in Sao Paulo. The match was called off amid extraordinary scenes as officials believed to be from Brazil's health authorities stormed the pitch in Sao Paulo shortly after kickoff. This followed an alleged coronavirus breach by the visiting team's England-based players. FIFA President Gianni Infantino described the situation as crazy, and the World Governing Body's disciplinary committee will now investigate the circumstances which led to the suspension. The Brazilian Health Surveillance Agency, Argentina's 4 English Premier League players, were alleged to have provided false information on official firms to the country's authorities. These had prompted Infantino to write to Prime Minister Boris Johnson to request exemptions, which were not forthcoming. News and Entertainment says, in the world of entertainment, Big Brother Niger housemate Tega extended a public apology to her husband, Ajebo Chris Lawrence, over her affair with her fellow housemate, Boma, during the stay in the house. Speaking during an interview, Tega said she had spoken to her husband and that they are good, adding that she and Boma got carried away by the attention they gave each other during the show, and coming out of the house, they have realized that they pushed the button too far. This, however, contradicts earlier response by her husband, who in an interview said he's yet to speak with her since she got evicted. As you may know, the two housemates who were recently evicted from the reality TV show were in a love affair, which many Nigerians condemned. That's the news on Today 95.1 FM at 10 p.m. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. INEC has explained the importance of the introduction of a bimodal technology for voters' accreditation during elections. President Muhammadu Buhari has charged the nation's service chiefs to devise new tactics to fight bandits. We also told you that the Rivers State Judiciary has concluded the first phase of its goal delivery as 150 inmates receive pardon. On the foreign scene, you heard that the Taliban have announced the formation of a new Islamic government in Afghanistan. And that was the news as edited by Tinedu Imuna. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfnlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfnlive.com. Do not forget, always take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap and running water. Avoid touching your face in high-contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. I am Gloria Caribbean Tombrick. Good evening and many thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hold on, Kata. No, don't say else. Just bring 5,000 now.
Only.
Make
the Kata day. Make the code remain.
Yeah, they worry.
You are not aware you're a thief. Now that you know that your money is coming from a thief, do you not see why you're a thief?
All right, still talking about affairs of the federal government. We understand also that the federal government...
Welcome to today's edition of Beats and Pieces in your premium talk and news.
And it's going to be 1-1 Malata. 1-0 is never good enough.
That's why we're called the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Act.
Here we go.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
At my back, I ain't coming back.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
This is Bola Mosulo with Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service.
And we start in Guinea, where Colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, who led the coup on Sunday, seems to be consolidating his hold. Army officers have been installed to oversee the 8 regions and administrative districts, and the country now awaits the announcement of the transitional government that was promised yesterday. And while international bodies like the African Union, ECOWAS and United Nations have reiterated the call for a return to constitutional rule, they haven't specified whether this means the release and reinstatement of the 83-year-old President Alpha Condé. While Guineans who spoke to the BBC earlier today, though, they see the coup d'etat in a favourable light.
The
army is there to safeguard the people and their belongings. When power gets out of control, only the army can save us. And they did what they had to do.
First of all, I wish the Guinean army good luck. I hope they can bring people together and put an end to ethnocentrism, which has really ruined the country. And I hope they can improve the economy. Women are suffering, and Guinea's currency is worthless now.
Les femmes souffrent. La monnaie guinéenne n'a plus de valeur.
C'est regrettable normalement.
Under normal circumstances, I think a coup would be regrettable. But it's actually less regrettable than what we've been living through. Recently, we've been suffering through a crisis that's hard to describe. There was an economic crisis. Guineans were not talking to each other. Society was totally divided.
Il y avait une division totale de la société guinéenne.
The views of people in Conakry, and it's unclear whether some are also reluctant to speak to the media right now. But what's the general mood among the masses in the capital today? And is the situation still quite tense? Well, just before we came on air, I spoke to journalist Alhassan Silla in the capital.
Listen, Bola, there's been a semblance of normalcy today with traffic all over the place. I mean, I've been driving around town and there are lots of traffic jams. I was held up in one. As a matter of fact, shops are open, as so as the banks and markets are full. So basically, there's a semblance of normalcy here today.
And it's quite interesting that one of the things that Colonel Doumbouya announced yesterday was that there will be no witch hunt and that those who are felt to have been perpetrators of any wickedness won't be dragged over the coals, so to speak. But I understand that today he's dismantled something that could be seen as a representative of what happened the past 2 years that really has been a dark period in Guinea's recent history.
Well, that's right. I mean, those tents manned by mixed forces of soldiers, police and gendarmes were known as PAs. Those were dotted across the areas of the opposition 2 years ago when the demonstrations against the Alpha Condé regime intensified. Former Prime Minister Kasore Fofana set up those things and is still remembered for having to their regular units because that was not a special force, actually. You just handpicked and from different units and then formed into that PA. What we understand is that those will be absorbed again into their regular outfits within their normal regiment, either the police, the gendarmerie or the military.
What about the situation with regards to the opposition? Because yesterday we spoke to a member of the FNDC who was saying they hope that within a matter of hours some of their members and other political detainees would be released. Has there been any release thus far?
Not really. I mean, what we learned yesterday was that Colonel Doumbouya has ordered that those cases of those people who were detained immediately after last year's controversial presidential election, so 9-10 months ago, those cases must be reviewed. And as we understand it, lawyers of those people detained were in talks with officials of the Ministry of Justice with a view to getting them released as early as possible. The Lawyers Association here has urged the new military strongman to release these people, and they are also asking for this new military regime to speed up the transition into a civilian rule.
Our man on the ground, Alhassan Silla in Conakry. Well, one organisation that has been watching events in Guinea closely is the Mano River Union Women's Peace Network, an organisation with headquarters in Freetown. It covers Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast and Guinea, and for 2 decades the women have been actively engaged in the formal, traditional and grassroots forms of conflict resolution. They also negotiate at the highest level of government. Well, the women have expressed concern that Sunday's coup will not lead to violence in the region. Hannah Mala is the sub-regional vice president of the Mano River Union's Women's Network.
We note with great concern the prevailing situation in Guinea, our sister country, and fear adverse implication to its citizens and the region. We call for safety of President Condé and members of his government safety for the people of Guinea, and we avail ourselves as a sub-regional women peace organization to be part of the peace process.
When you say you have grave concerns for security, what exactly are your concerns? What are your fears?
You know the implications of coup. You know what that means. In the sub-region, in Africa, some may be bloodless, but most of them will have bloodshed. And of course, the human rights abuses. That is why we said adverse implications for the citizens as well as for the region. And you know, the Mano River Basin, we live as sister countries. One incident in one country will affect the other.
Is your concern mainly for what may happen within Guinea, that, as you say, you think there may be bloodshed, though we know that Colonel Doumbouya has said there'll be no retributions, they want a peaceful transition, and he's going to announce the transitional government in a few weeks. But if you're afraid there might be violence, are you afraid that it's not just in Guinea, but also in Sierra Leone too, and also Liberia? Is that your fear?
There might be a spillover. We've been in the sub-region. And of course, we know our history in the sub-region. And there might be also human rights abuses and violations. But he has made his speech. He has promised. We do hope he will live by it.
Is your concern now that ousted President Condé is still in custody and hasn't been released? Or is it that you also want him released and reinstated? Because it doesn't look as if that could be a possibility, seeing how far the army have gone and seeing how the people of Guinea are even celebrating the fact that they've wrested power from Mr. Condé.
What we are saying, we call for safety of President Condé and members of his government. We say safety for the people of Guinea, and particularly women and children. As I said, we want a quick return to constitutional rule because, of course, normally we say it's always better to have constitutional rule than rule by order, you know.
How do you imagine a return to constitutional rule will happen when the soldiers are now with the power in their hands and the people seemingly behind them, supporting them? Even the opposition are giving positive sounds, saying that even though they don't like the idea that there's been a coup, they like the idea that Alpha Condé is no longer in power.
That's why we are saying we avail ourselves as a sub-regional women peace organization to be part of a peace process because we uphold democracy and rule of law. We know people are jubilating, yes. Not all. Some people are jubilating. It's true. But it's always good to go by democracy. That's our option.
Hannah Mala, who's the sub-regional vice president of the Mano River Union Women's Peace Network. You're listening to Focus on Africa on the BBC World Service, and the time coming to 15:15 GMT. We have a roundup of other stories making news across the continent with Veronique Edwards.
Many thanks, Bola. A dusk to dawn curfew has been imposed in Kenya Laikipia Natural Conservancy in the Rift Valley region after a surge in banditry and cattle rustling. Armed pastoralists are said to have invaded private protected areas with large herds of cattle, killing at least 12 people and burning down homes in what the government says is competition for water and pasture. Ferdinand Omondi reports from Nairobi.
Distressed men, women and children can be seen riding carts and bicycles filled with their belongings as they run away from their homes following a series of overnight invasions in which people have been killed and homes razed. Kenya's National Security Council has now declared Laikipia Nature Conservancy and its environs a disturbed area and ordered a security operation to drive out pastoralists from private land. Politicians, businessmen and public servants are among the people said to have illegally moved their livestock into the conflict zone. The government says competition for scarce resources is fueling the violence which has displaced hundreds. But these areas experience such unrest in nearly every election cycle, raising questions on political rhetoric in Laikipia ahead of next year's general elections.
Human Rights Watch has accused the security forces in Egypt of carrying out hundreds of unlawful executions and then claiming the deaths occurred during shootouts with militants. The Egyptian authorities have waged a long campaign against members of Muslim Brotherhood, which they describe as a terrorist group. The World Food Programme says the first delivery in 2 weeks of humanitarian aid to the Tigray province of Ethiopia will last for about 7 days, but much more support is needed. The World Food's regional spokesman, George Weiss, said 100 trucks carrying aid to the region were needed every day to stop the crisis. Mr. Weiss said an additional 1.7 million people were now in need of help as the armed conflict had spread to Tigray's neighboring regions of Amhara and Afar.
Thanks very much, Veronique Edwards, for that roundup. And now joining us with the sports headlines, Peter Musembi.
Many thanks, Bola. The qualification campaign for the 2022 World Cup continues across the continent. A total of 10 games on the card today. 4 have already been completed. Tunisia have given themselves a boost following a 2-0 victory over Zambia away in